Hello, and welcome to another episode of Yamsox ASMR. Also, welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Today being ASMR Sunday, we will be doing soft-spoken, and not just soft-spoken, but returning to a whispered version, as some of you asked for it, that this ASMR Sunday would be fully whispered, so that is what we shall be doing today. I recognize that it's not everybody's cup of tea, which is quite alright. And I'm sure as we proceed, many people will be uncertain precisely why I am whispering, such as why I've put this banner above me. But nonetheless, may this live stream be an offering to Shri Radha Krishna. Hello, Dale. This is my microphone cover. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Donzuela. Hello, Sarah. And thank you, P525, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. As we continue to await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system, etc. And yes, I remember, Sky Guardian, though this Sangha may be whispered today, I'll speak relatively normally for the readings. And hello, Aconite. Hello, Buzzard Wareham. Greetings, Isabella. And John, you share you're in the bath. That sounds nice. And good evening, Eric. Indeed, we are back inside today. As for ASMR Sunday, I didn't want to risk a lawnmower going off or something like that. And hello, Auntie. Thank you, Usha, for blessing us with a rose too. Hare Krishna. And Isabella, thank you for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love you too, Auntie. And Usha, hello. Stinky, you share your struggling. That's alright. You are certainly allowed to be struggling, and you're always loved and cared for. And in any way, this space can be a bit of a moment of peace for you. That is my wish for you. Hello, Anna. Simple Life, thank you for calling me awesome. All the same to you, my friend. You're awesome. And John Ross, you share that it's your birthday and you're 35. Well, congratulations for having another successful trip around the sun. Am I busy, you ask? Well, I'm here. And I'm very grateful that you're here too. It's very delightful that we get to share part of your birthday here. And I'm glad you like the beanie melon milk drink. And hello, Alice. Thank you for wishing me a beautiful evening. I wish the same for you too. Katie Bond, you share OMG. You're getting ready to sleep and find that I'm doing an ASMR Sangha. Perfect night. Here we are, just for you. Hello, Shakira. And hello, Kelly. Hello, Stormy Ariel. Sorry. I have my Manjira here. I fiddle with them oftentimes out of frame. I should be more mindful of that for ASMR Sunday. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Radhe, oh Radhe. Alice, you're wondering, does it hurt to whisper so long? You used to do ASMR videos, it's tough. Yes, it's not very good on the vocal cords, but sounds great. And Marcia, you share that you just had a great workout. I'm happy to hear that. And now, the cool down, calm down with Yam. Welcome. I have a question for all of you. This is a mom question today. Today I am wondering, did you sleep well? How did you sleep? Check in with your sleep hygiene. How has it been lately? Last night? I think I already know Sky Guardian's answer, but I'm hoping to hear some more from all of you too. And good evening, Jill, and hello, Small. And Val, you share that you had the best sleep in a long time last night, about 10 hours. Wow, I'm happy to hear that. I had a really good sleep last night too, which is nice. I feel very rejuvenated. Jill, you share that you sleep amazing every night. My goodness. I think we all could learn from you. What are you doing? And Matt, you share that you got 10 hours of sleep last night. I'm happy to hear that. That's a good number. And Small, you share that you slept too well. You keep falling back asleep for a second sleep cycle. Me too, that's what I do. And then I go back for thirds. I'm pretty greedy. And Don Suela, you share that you actually slept really well the past couple of nights. So thankful for that. I'm grateful to hear that too. Alice, you share that you slept weird last night. Woke up after 3 hours feeling rested but confused and had the same dream twice. That is a weird night. I hope you got back to sleep. Shakira, you share that you keep waking up during the night. It's been happening the past 2 nights. You wake up almost every 2 hours. Yeah, that happens to me often too. Usually I'll go to the bathroom or I'll get a glass of juice or milk or something. And Stormy, you share that you have a 3-month-old, so as good as it gets. Yes. I don't understand, but I understand. It's very funny, Sky Guardian. And Anna, you share that you had a bad night's sleep because migraines. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I used to struggle a lot with migraines too. I would get really severe optical migraines where the center of my vision would completely decay. And I thought I was going blind, and it just looked like fireworks. And afterwards, there would be a big headache after. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're feeling better now. Katie Bond, you share that you went to sleep. I hope so. And Donzuela, you share that you heard a thunderstorm and it lulled you to sleep. It was wonderful. Oh, how nice. And Isabella, you share, yes, you went back to sleep. Okay, good. And then it was normal. And Auntie, you slept pretty good last night. I'm happy to hear that. I slept well too. Chloe, you don't know. That's okay. How's your energy levels? It was scary the first time I had those optical migraines, until I realized what they were and found out that they're not so uncommon. For me, it corresponded precisely to the time in my life that I drank alcohol. They started right around the time I first drank, and the last one I had was the last time I drank too. It was never correlated, like I drank and then the next day. It was completely random. But whenever I stopped drinking for a while, I wouldn't get them. So, I don't know. That's just me. But yeah, I was really scared that I had some kind of eye condition when it first happened. And I was thinking, oh man, I'm never gonna drive, even though I don't today anyway. I'm never gonna do all these things that sighted people do. It was actually a moment of gratitude for eyesight for me, that I realized just how much of it I take for granted. Hello Marie, hello Itza Pizza, and hello John Jering. Usha, you share that you had a very turbulent weekend and managed to sleep for a few hours after taking a pill. Well, I'm glad that you managed to get some sleep. May this turbulence come to pass and you start the week with a moment of joy. Matt Wall, you share that you've been sleeping a lot more consistently lately. Drinking less coffee after 4 p.m. helped. I imagine. And Itza Pizza, you share that you got this new sunrise alarm clock and you've been having such a great sleep ever since. That's so cool. I love that. It just goes to show how much of an animal we are. You know? Daytime. That means I wake up. Dreamweaver, you share that you're of the nocturne, but trying to change that so the shadow isn't the dominating aspect of your life. It was spoken very symbolically. I love that. Hello, Daniel. Yes, today is whispered, but my voice shall return tomorrow. Actually, it shall return momentarily as we read from our book. But I'm from Canada. And hello, Giannis. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. And Alice, you share for anyone listening. You heard spraying potassium on your feet helps you sleep well. That reminds me, when I was younger, I used to get these terrible foot cramps when I'd sleep, growing pains, I think. And my mother was so desperate that she put magnets at the end of my bed. I always laugh whenever I remember this. She put magnets at the end of my bed because she thought that that would help my feet for some reason. But yeah, I appreciate how much my mom tried to help me feel better when I slept when I was a child. And Jarrett, you share you haven't slept very well. Working night shift right now, got maybe 5 hours of sleep today. Night shifts can be brutal that way, but I'm glad you got some sleep. User 200, you share that you sleep on a magnet mattress and it helps. Well, there you go. And thank you, Jarrett, for your heartbeat. Hello, Dalita. And Don Suela, you share that your mom used to put onions in your socks at night when you had the flu. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm sure your feet smelled great. Every time you take off your shoes, everyone's like, wow, what's with the onion? And you're like, no, really, it's an onion. You love all these remedies. Me too, it's fun. All the different ways we help get ourselves to sleep. You don't know what they were supposed to do, the onions. I don't know. But it's a mother trying something, and it makes us feel cared for. But yeah, we should ask her. And thank you, Daniel, for your 5 and another 5 and 15 TikToks. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jared, for your 19 roses as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And hello, Eric. You are wondering where I was born. I was born in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And thank you, Nick. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know about that. And Wolfie, how did you sleep? With your eyes closed. That's good. You know, I've been told that I don't do that actually. Unlike Linus from the movie Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Sometimes I sleep with my eyes open and it scares people. I feel so bad for the people around me, because it's probably so weird to look at. Thank you, Jared, for your 6 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Daniel, for another 5 TikToks. Jai Sitaram. Sasha, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jared, for your fire. Hare Krishna. And Daniel, thank you for another rose and 7 TikToks. Jai Hanumanji. Jared, thank you for your 4 roses and a tiny. Yippee. I don't know if I can whisper a yippee. Yippee. Katie, you share that you sleep a lot most times and very deeply, but it doesn't always feel enough. Yes, I know what you mean. Chloe, you share that you sleep with an electric blanket. That's fun. Oh, modern technology. I sleep with a weighted blanket, personally. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of cloud breaths. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yes, thank you both, Daniel and Jared, for your taking turns and gifts. So, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. This was very insightful actually, and I'm happy that a lot of you are getting good night's rest. I think it's very important. So we're about to read from a book that I'd love to have you listen to. And I'm going to raise my voice for that, just letting you know. I'm not going to yell. I'm just going to speak soft-spoken, so when the readings get clipped and put on YouTube, the people that are listening to the playlists, they're not suddenly faced with a whispered one, just for consistency. But thank you, Jared. Thank you for sending a subscription to Acknowledgements, Freya, Val, Resting Side Eye, and Alessandra Drones. how many people here owe their subscription to you. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be of service to them, to the extent that they are open to that. I appreciate that a lot, Jared, as always. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Top Darker, for your heart meat too. Just setting things up here. Okay. So I'm going to speak like this for the reading. Not quite whispered, but not quite full volume, something in between. So today we are reading from another passage of In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami. And for those listening on another platform, today is ASMR Sunday, so normally I'm whispering, but I'll raise my voice for this reading. Today we're in the third chapter called Being Eyeless. That's I, ego, then I, the one that sees. This is an interesting section. It's called His Last Words, Achieve with Humility. That morning in the Himalayas detailed at the beginning of this chapter forced me to fumble with these questions in my mind. And though I never had the opportunity to speak to my guru about them afterwards, I did receive the answers the last time I met him. Swami Shri explained the difference between a lowercase I and a capital I. To strive for excellence and individuality without a sense of arrogance and inflated sense of self-worth. He encouraged me to stand firm, but be willing to bend and kneel. It was a reminder of what he said to me in Mumbai in 2010. Even in silence, he was looking out for me, teaching me and walking with me on my journey. It was the last time I saw my guru before he passed away on the 13th of August 2016. Pramukh Swami Maharaj spent the good portion of his final years in Saranpur, Gujarat. He had spent the last 7 decades carrying the message of Bhakti, loving devotion, from doorstep to doorstep, and now the world was finally coming to him in this small village of approximately 2,000 people. Professor Raymond Williams, one of the foremost scholars of the Swaminarayan community, and I were 2 of the more recent arrivals. Pardon me, had to cough and take a drink. We had come to offer our thanks to His Holiness for the support and access given to us by the senior sadhus for the academic volume we co-edited called Swaminarayan Hinduism, Tradition, Adaptation, Identity in Oxford, 2016. The scorching sun had set for the night, summer sun in fact, and we were grateful for it. There were a few hundred sadhus and a few thousand bhaktas, these are monks and devotees, gathered around the courtyard behind Swami Shri's residence. Though we had held inauguration events for the book at Columbia University in New York and MS University in Baroda, for me, this was the moment when I felt I had arrived. I was going to speak in front of a community that I was raised in and that I had studied. I was going to do so in front of my guru and mentor. Pride, joy, independence, happiness, a pinch of egotism, and the ambition to prove myself were all overflowing in my heart that evening. Professor Williams was much calmer. He had a wealth of experience and had spent many such moments with His Holiness since the 1970s. We watched the senior sadhus inaugurate the book inside the glass cabin, and then it was our turn to approach Swami Shri. Professor Williams and I walked up to the glass cabin along with our colleague from Oxford University Press. Swami Shri blessed us with a gesture and a faint smile. As we started to walk away, I noticed Swami Shri's hand moving up and down. I did not know what he was signaling until his personal attendant, Narayan Charandas Swami, signaled, he suggested that I sit down there in front of the glass. I did not think twice. I knew that it would be one of my last opportunities to gaze at my guru. I sat down cross-legged with my hands folded and my eyes intent on observing my guru for gestures, signals, and telling smiles. Anything. Swami Shri's hands were moving again in an upward direction. Narayan Charandas Swami and I tried to make sense of his intentionally silent gestures. The attendant asked me to kneel rather than sit on the floor. I sat up on my knees with my hands still folded. It makes perfect sense now. Swami Shri would often instruct Narayan Charandas Swami to bring a chair for me when we met in private. I would always vehemently decline, and he would insist with equal vigor. And Narayan Charandas Swami would walk out of the room shaking his head, knowing that this was a routine exchange between the guru and his disciple. This was a continuation of that moment. Swami Shri looked at me intently as I settled on my knees and eventually stopped waving his hands. His instructive silence spoke to me for the next 90 seconds. Yogi, hands folded, and always willing to kneel, but not resting flat on the floor. Life is a balance. Submit to God and Guru. Assist those around you, but have an identity of your own. It is important to achieve, excel, and grow, while not expecting to be praised and celebrated for it. Be known, but do not want to be known. Think of a blade of grass. It stands tall and proud, but bends when the floodwaters flow. It survives. Those who stand tall, proud, and unwilling to bend are uprooted. There is no moment of arrival. It stunts our growth. Keep growing and do not expect appreciation. It is this mindset that will set you apart from those who will eventually land on their backs. You own nothing. You have nothing. You want nothing. You are not that which you think you are. You are the Atman, and the Atman has no external identity, no ego. Thinking in this manner will set you free. Aham shunyata, being eyeless, is the path to the top. Lay low and be raised by others. It is important to have a bold identity, but with a small, lowercase I. I had heard my Guru speak about humility and being eyeless my whole life, but today was the first time I heard it in my heart. Today there were no words, just his eyes. I think we're close to finishing this chapter, so I'll just read these last few pages. Really just a page and a little few sentences. Professor Williams and I left for New Delhi the next morning for an event at the India International Center, chaired by the late Padma Vibhushan Professor Kapila Vatsyayan, and later flew back to Ahmedabad for the final book event at BAPS Shri Swaminarayan Mandir in Shahibag. Close to 12,000 people had gathered in the Sabha Hall for the weekly Sunday Sabha. Sangha. Hey, it's our weekly Sunday Sangha too. And the inauguration of the book. I spoke of and sang Premanand Swami's Bhakti poetry from the volume. The stage was lined with scholars of history and literature from around the region. I never imagined that I would share a stage with the Honorable Governor of Gujarat, O.P. Kohli, a former educator and scholar of literature, Raghuveer Chaudhary, an eminent novelist and literature, Dr. Makrand Mehta, and others. I was walking back to my seat after my presentation when I noticed that Raghuveer Chaudhary had stood up. I went to bow to him and he said, "Hug, do not bow. You have earned the right today." The governor broke protocol to shake my hand, and Dr. Makrand Mehta moved over to make room for me on the sofa. "Young man, you do not speak and sing. You bellow and roar. Good for you." I was still in shock after I sat down, and just for a moment, I again thought that I had arrived. The instructive audience with my Guru in Sarangpur seemed to fade into a distant memory. I shook myself out of that eye high. I love that. An eye high. A few minutes passed, and Anand Swarupta Swami, the Mahant of Swaminarayan Akshardham, Gandhinagar, was asked to felicitate the authors and contributors in the traditional Indian style with a shawl. I walked over to the soft-spoken senior sadhu and bowed. My Guru's lessons from Sarangpur were returning to me. He placed the shawl on my shoulders and whispered, "May many more be worn, yogi, yet each one will add weight." A responsibility. With success and achievement comes responsibility. Keep bowing, and the weight will never crush you. The revered sadhu said to me what my Guru's silent eyes had conveyed the week before. Swami Shri taught me the balance between humility and confidence, reverence and aspiration, as the most outward expression of being eyeless. To conclude this chapter, Yogi has written, "The difference between the big capital I and the small lowercase I is the difference between standing, kneeling, and sitting. It is the difference between appreciating, accepting, and arriving." Swami Shri reminded me to accomplish with humility, for that is the key to bearing the weight of success without being crushed. He never forgot, and never let others forget either. And this is perhaps why Swami Shri, for his bold identity and all his notable accomplishments, was always willing, to bow bend and be indifferent and give credit to God, Guru, and others. He was a das, a servant. His small lowercase I always left room for others to walk with and alongside him, regardless of their pace and stride. His love and humility allowed him to embrace all. Thus we conclude our reading for now, as well as Chapter 3 on being eyeless. These are big chapters. 3 chapters down, and we're most of the way through the book now. Thank you for listening, and I will return to my whispering now. So, I hope that you enjoyed that passage as much as I did. And as I was mentioning earlier, although today is a whispered Sangha, I decided with Sky Guardian's reminder to soft speak the reading so that the listeners in the playlists where we upload the recordings aren't suddenly having to squint with their ears. I don't know what the word is for that. Strain their ears trying to adapt to a sudden change in speaking, but now we can return to our whispered Sangha. But thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we read. Oh, Daniel, thank you for your 7 TikToks. Another 5 of them, followed by yet another 5, and another one, and a pair of TikToks. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jared, for your snowboard, your ice cream cone, your pair of roses, and here we go. Here we go indeed. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Usha, for your quartet of roses, your game bow, and a finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Thank you for expressing your generosity, everyone. Sky Guardian, you are wondering, when are we going to see Aquarius Lady Sue? Super excited. Well, I talked to Aquarius Lady about it, and she said that she felt like her zoo animals are, what was the word you used? It's a more private experience for you, something special, and you wanted the Sangha to be more about me than them, which I disagree with. I think it should be more about them than me. But yeah, I would love to have the opportunity to share Aquarius Lady Sue on here. Maybe one day when she's comfortable with it, but for now she has very politely declined. Yes, we are back inside today, cryptic, though it's a lovely day, and I did spend some time outside picking some cherries. Oh my goodness, they're delicious. Oh, I could eat even more of them. I must have eaten 20, 30 of them, standing on a ladder. I do have a cherry tree at my house, and a pear tree. It's delicious. Whenever I'm hungry, I just go to the backyard. And there's rhubarb as well. I love rhubarb too. Thank you, Daniel and Jared, for your playful competition. Thank you, Jared, for your pair of hat mustaches too. May you have a wonderful day just the same, Jared. And thank you for wishing one for all of us too. I hope you get some good sleep soon. You certainly deserve it. Thank you, Isabella, for your applause. Here, I have an applause for you too, but I'm gonna turn it down to make sure it doesn't overwhelm you. That was too quiet, I think. And that was too loud, I think. I don't know. Yay. And thank you, Cryptic, for your heartbeat too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dalen, thank you for your heartbeat. And your... What is that? Is that 48? 48 bracelets? Yeah. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Briar Rose, I love your name. It's the name of a character in one of my favorite games of all time. You are wondering, what am I hoping for this week? I guess I'm hoping for the week, since it's never guaranteed. My intuition tells me that I'll be here for many more years, but you never know. I'm grateful if there is a week that I get to experience at all. I am hoping that I learn to grow and love and learn. I'm hoping to be even more kind and peaceful. At the same time, I know that all that's available to me now, and I'm already engaging in those things. And thank you, Asma, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Usha, you share that you must share some happy news to everyone here in the Sangha, that your guru's sister trusted you to take care of her 3 cats, Ragdoll, Stella, Lil and Finn. Ragdoll, Stella, Lil and Finn for the next 10 days. What a wonderful seva that is. That's so sweet. I would love to see pictures of such kittens. I'd be very happy if you shared that with me. Redwall, you're wondering what's my favorite hobby? Oh, probably at the moment, programming. I go into such a state when I program. I don't know if it's a good state, but it's a state. I love playing with computer code. Yes, you'll send photos to me. Wonderful. Diligence, you share this is a non-Buddha related Sangha. No, it's Buddha related. We can talk from the Bucket Bhima Chodron in a second, who's a wonderful Buddhist monk. And yes, the triple gems of Buddhism. The triple gem refuge is the Buddha, the Sangha, and the Dharma. You take refuge in the teacher Buddha, the fellow students, the Sangha, and the teachings, the Dharma. But Sangha is more general too. It just refers to a spiritual gathering. The Buddhists use this word, but so do the Hindus and the Jains and the Sikhs as well. But yes, I would love to read from another section of the Pocket Payment Joturan, so we can have our fair share of Buddhism as well. In just a moment. Thank you, It's Bitch, for your heart, me. And you're 34, give me the votes. Hari Om Tat Sat. Wayne Power, you ask, why does your best friend show you distance when you try to talk to her? Maybe she needs some space right now, and that's okay. That's her thing. If she is your best friend, then it doesn't matter the distance, and you will always be close at heart. Doesn't matter how much time you spend apart. Sometimes we have to take a break from even our friendships in order to rekindle that friendship with ourselves. And that's important. And I hope that you don't take it personal, since that love will always be there. Yes, I have gone inside for ASMR Sunday today, Chris. I figured it would be less of a risk with lawnmowers or weed whackers, and also there's a concert going on near my house. It's the little one. Just quieter indoors today. Isabella, you ask, why are Mondays? It's a good question. Why are Mondays? Yeah. I vote that we get rid of Monday. Hello, Fly. Do you like Mondays? You have no sense of time. Madwall, you share you don't want to turn into lasagna. Lasagna cat. I don't know what's funnier, stopping the sentence there, or before the word cat. I don't want to turn into lasagna cat. But you don't like Mondays. Mondays are for Shiva. Shares G2 Infinity. Om Namah Shivaya. Marcy, you said that we should put Monday between Saturday and Sunday, so we have a 3-day weekend. Well, it's already a part of the weekend if you just group it in at the end. No need to rearrange it. Bye, Fly. And Chris, you are wondering what kind of stones do I wear on my bracelet? Amazonite, gifted to me by my mother, and I can't get it off. I don't know how I got it on, but there's absolutely no way I'm getting this thing off. 0 chance. I think it was a miracle that I got it on in the first place. Chris, you share, let's just get rid of all the weekdays. Yeah. Petition to have 4 Saturdays and 3 Sundays. We'll call them Saturday 1, Saturday 2, Saturday 3. Saturday 4. And then Sunday 1. Sunday 2. Agreed. You like that? You second that motion, Chris? In Cryptic, you share, but you work on the weekend, so please keep the weekdays. Okay, for you, we'll have 6 Wednesdays and one. We'll throw in a Thursday for you. You don't need Tuesday or Monday or Friday, just Wednesdays and Thursdays. Val, you share. Let's just get rid of this construct of time. Yeah. Marcy, you share, but on Wednesdays we wear pink. Well, we can wear pink every day. How about that? And Matt, you share, let's just have 2 days per week, both being Thursday, because you like Thursday. Oh boy, it's second Thursday today. We could have pink 6 out of 7 days. Yeah, I like that, Marcy. And on the 7th day, we get to wear our birthday suits. I don't know. G2 Infinity, you share that the days are not the issue. It's how magical we make each day, yes. I'm glad somebody said it. It is up to us to make each day magical. That's for sure. And Cal Raptor, you are wondering what happened to all my insightful videos. They've gone blind. No more sight. They're out of sight. They were once insightful, but now they're out of sight. Ran out of the old vision juice. It's like second breakfast from the Lord of the Rings. Exactly, Matt. We'll have first Thursday and then second Thursday. And hello, Jordan. Marcy, you share you were gonna say periwinkle, but that works too. Dalen, you share that you're deeply fearful of your birthday suit. You're afraid of your own body. You don't have to be. And thank you, Vladimir, for your tiny. Yippee! Galraptor, you share. What a nothing burger of an answer. Well, you know I love nothing. You would know this from my old videos. And I love burgers too. So a nothing burger actually sounds pretty good. But if you want a full answer, in the link tree in my bio, there's a frequently asked questions document. And I hope that you find all the answers you're looking for there. But I would love to read from another passage of the Pocket Pema Chodron. I think we finished more than half of them, I believe. So the Pocket Pema Chodron is something that I'm also going to soft speak for. And then I'll return to whispering afterwards. So I'm going to talk something like this. Today let us read passage number 26. Is that 26? Yeah. Discover the genuine heart of sadness. Let's see what she has to say. Buddhi Chitta is our heart, our wounded, softened heart, Now, if you look for that soft heart that we guard so carefully, if you decide that you're going to do a scientific exploration under the microscope and try to find that heart, you won't find it. You can look, but all you'll find is some kind of tenderness. There isn't anything that you can cut out and put under the microscope. There isn't anything that you can dissect or grasp. The more you look, the more you find just a feeling of tenderness, tinged with some kind of sadness. This sadness is not about somebody mistreating us. This is inherent sadness, unconditioned sadness. It is part of our birthright, a family heirloom. It's been called the genuine heart of sadness. Thank you for listening. This was number 26. Discover the genuine heart of sadness. I love that one a lot, actually, and I'm going to return back to my whispering now. One of the marks of existence in Buddhism is a kind of suffering, that for as long as one exists, one experiences a kind of anxiety towards life or kind of sadness. But I really love how the Buddhists treat this. It's not a kind of nihilistic view where you can't avoid it. It's that actually this sadness is a beautiful part of life. It's something very tender, as Pema says. It's something very soft and real. It's something that we have in order to relate with one another, bring us close and love and connect. And Cryptic, you are wondering, is this the third or fourth book I've ever read? Something like that. And hello, Gab. I'm supposed to solve a puzzle to prove I'm real, but the puzzle isn't loading. How am I supposed to solve the puzzle if there's no puzzle on my screen? What the heck? I'm just gonna have to blindly guess. I'm just gonna assume that the puzzle goes there. Am I a real person? There, I'm a real person. Yeah, sorry about that. Sometimes TikTok doesn't believe that this is actually a live stream, and so it sends me a little puzzle to do to prove that it's live. But hello, Gab. You share that you love to think about things that are really important for our life and heart. You thank me for sharing. Well, thank you for listening. And thank you for adding to the world of thinkers about our life and heart. You're important. Shiana, if that's how I pronounce your lovely name. You share that you're so happy to see me. Also, I could not agree more. Sadness and grief are opportunities. I love that. I'm so happy to hear that you find such wonderful qualities in both sadness and grief. Nish, you share that this is really what you needed to hear. Yam, that's me. You're gonna sleep to this for sure. I'm happy to hear that. And D-Mod, you're wondering, can I sing in a whisper? I don't know. I don't think so. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Her fleece was white as snow. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, some harmonics are changing. Matt, you share help. Your girlfriend is trying to watch the live with you and is super loud. Oh. Give her your attention, not mine. The more attention you give her, the happier she'll be. If she has something more for your ears to hear, then I give that attention to her. Natalia, you share that you had mission alarm to solve math problems to wake up to. I love that. Yeah, I think I'd be so excited to wake up. I love math. And Cryptic, you would like me to now try I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. And I will always love you. Yeah, I don't think it really works that well. I'm surprised I know that lyric though. Now, do ASMR bubble wrap. I don't know if I have any bubble wrap. I can simulate it though. Matt, you share that your girlfriend wants to watch, but she's like super loud about wanting to. And you are blessed to have a girlfriend that expresses her wants so clearly. Not all of us have that blessing. Matt, you share that you're asking, can I make a water droplet noise by flicking my cheek and opening my mouth? I can try. Hey, that's pretty cool. That's fun. And G2 Infinity, you share, okay, on Throat Chakra Thursdays, Yam will karaoke the live. That's funny. Is that what bubble wrap sounds like? Asks Cryptic. I don't know. I'm pretty bubble wrap deprived. I was a bubble wrap deprived child, I guess. YOLO for Quad. You are wondering, have I ever studied the teachings of Kadobi Bon? I don't think so. is something I have heard of before, but I'm very unfamiliar with the tradition in general. We have done a Bon mantra here before, as requested by our guests. And Gab, you're wondering, can I read you all a little bit more of the book? I tell you what, we can. Yeah, sure, why not? We can do another part of the reading. I don't see why not. No rule in the Yam live stream that says no reading for another time. I'm gonna raise my voice again, so I will soft speak it. I'll just record this as well for our viewers. Listen to the playlists. And then I'll return to whispering again. Here we'll be starting another chapter. We will be reading from In Love, at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. We're starting chapter 4 today. This chapter is called Embracing All. Subtitle: A Mind and Heart Without Corners. It is a big book, isn't it? Either that or I'm a small boy. This section of the chapter is titled Narsin Mehta's Bhakti Song in a Syrian Refugee Camp. Our fixer, a middle-aged Jordanian man, knew the camp like the back of his hand. He had brought foreign journalists, aid workers, and diplomats to the camps since they were first established in June 2012. He recommended that we start our day at the camp's busiest bakery, quote unquote, on the main market road. There were only two options: a thin flatbread, which was cooked on an open flame stove, or a thicker pita naan bread, which was cooked over an oversized, discarded, rusted pipe with a flame inside. I chose the thin bread. It was warm. We had it with a pinch of salt and za'atar, but without olive oil, which was a scarce commodity at the camps. The bread had to be eaten immediately or it would become hard to chew. We bought extra bread and rushed to share it with the family of the imam who were to visit that morning. Some of the most accepting minds and hearts that I ever encountered were at Zaatari, the largest Syrian refugee camp in Jordan. Located roughly 12 kilometers from the southern border of Syria, the camp is a makeshift city of almost 80,000 people who carry the trauma of displacement and death with a hopeful smile for a brighter tomorrow. The Jordanian government granted me access to Zaatari and Azraq, two of the larger refugee camps in the country, if not the world, to better understand the journey of those affected by the gruesome war and humanitarian crisis in Syria. Many journalists and academics have shared stories of that trauma and difficulties with their readers. We, however, chose to focus on their resiliency and solidarity. I did not write a single story from my time in the camps. We wanted to understand their pain more than we wanted to publish the next byline. I had traveled to Jordan along with a former graduate student and a research fellow from the Columbia Graduate School of Journalism during the summer of 2016. Just 1 month before the passing away of my guru in August. My guru's waning health had led me to cancel and rebook this trip several times. Though I felt a certain pull to Gujarat given my guru's health, I felt his presence in Zaatari. I felt at home there. I would not dare normalize the trauma that I encountered there. It was unlike anything I had experienced before. A middle-aged woman who lost her father, husband, and son to one bomb. The children playing soccer in a caged, dusty intake area until their parents were given security clearance for a fabricated tent or tin home in the camp. The scarcity of running water, the lack of basic hygiene and healthcare necessities for seniors. The list goes on and on. The weight of it all was overwhelming. However, there was something about the camp that reminded me of my guru, and something about my guru that reminded me how to carry myself at the camp. I could feel his presence. We entered a tin shed which served as a makeshift prayer hall and mosque. The imam taught children Arabic, English, history, and mathematics, while helping them navigate the trauma of displacement. His face appeared stern, but that may have simply been because it was weathered by the desert sun, dust, and wind. We walked over to his family's tent, not too far from the mosque. It was slightly larger than that of others, probably because there was always someone from the community visiting them to share problems, seek advice, or find comfort. I played with his children as he listened to a couple talk about their rebellious son. The imam then shifted his attention to us and went inside a small room at the other end of the shed to prepare something suitable for my vegetarian diet. He joined us a few minutes later with a tattered set of teacups assembled from various collections and dried mint leaves. He also brought out some cardamom and dates, which I could tell he had been saving for some time. His daughter asked, "Dad, it is not Eid yet. Why did you take out the dates?" The mother hushed the children into the corner of the dark room. The imam and his wife sat across from us and started a conversation that they kindly interrupted to serve us more tea and dates. Our conversation started with questions about Bollywood and Indian fashion, and later turned to Hindu mysticism. "Tell me about Bhakti, loving devotion, and music, and your many gods. I have read about them, but have not had a conversation with a Hindu in decades." We spoke about selfless love, seeing the divine within all of creation, one God manifesting in many forms, and Bhakti music as a bridge between communities. He kept insisting that I finish the last of the dates and the eggless biscuits. I kept looking at his young children in the corner, who were hoping that I would save some for them. He insisted, and I resisted. "Am I not feeding the divine within you? My kids will have their turn. Today they eat through you." I was moved. How can someone who had lost so much give away his only chance at a sweet, delightful Eid? The box of dates to him was the difference between a celebratory Eid and an unremarkable breaking of the fast. He must have gauged the concerns of my mind. "Professor, you are probably thinking, what kind of father puts a stranger before their own kids?" I see my children in you. I see them within every child and young adult in this camp. Living in this camp has taught me to give and share everything we have with whoever walks through that door. Today, he comes through you. The greatest thing this camp has taught me is to look beyond, to see you for more than the Hindu, American, Indian, professor and journalist from New York that you are, and to look within you, to see you as his child, to experience myself as more than a Syrian refugee, Muslim, Imam, and father. Yes, we are different, but urging myself to look beyond what I see on the surface allows me to appreciate the similarities between us. It helps me live in love with a heart and mind without corners. Nothing to hide or hoard, no one to protect or fear. I try to experience the world with an eye of oneness. It all sounded so familiar to me. Lessons from the Bhakti poetry I sang and the Hindu scriptures I read, as exemplified by and through Pramukh Swami Maharaj's life and his lessons. I sat with the Imam's family in silence, trying to reflect beyond the preconceived notions with which I had entered the camp. I asked him if I could sing a Bhakti Pad, a devotional song. He smiled and said, "No corners, remember?" Pardon me. I channeled 2 verses from the Bhakti song of the 15th century Gujarati poet Narsin Mehta to capture the sentiment of the moment. I'll try my best to sing this language I'm unfamiliar with and whose melody is a mystery to me, but there is a translation also. Akhil Brahmanma Ek Tu Shri Hari Jhunj Have Rupe Anand Bhase Dehama Deva Tu Tejma Tattva Tu Shunyama Shabda Tu Veda Vase Vrukshama Bij Tu Bijma Vruksha Tu Jo Batantaro Ejambhase Bhane Narasayo Eman Dhani Shodhana Puritkaru Premati Pragathashe. In the entire universe, you are one, O Shri Hari, God, manifest in different forms, appearing infinite in all places. You are the divine light within the mortal body. You are the essence of the light. In the ethereal silence, the void, you are the words of the Vedas. You are the seed within the tree, and the tree within the seed. One looking for separation will only experience division. Narsing sings, futile is an intellectual search. Love him, and he will lovingly manifest in one of many forms. Certainly not the melody nor the pronunciation, I'm sure, but might as well give it my best shot. Dalita, you share your hamster's going crazy. Sounds like a hamster. Maybe it spoke to their heart. Maybe this is the language of the hamsters. I love you too, Aquarius lady. This Prabhati, early morning Bhakti song, is a favorite in rural villages and cities across Western India. The poet speaks of the divine, which pervades all of creation, and hence is the universal common denominator. The poet urges the spiritual aspirant to search for and experience the divine through this oneness, an equality that unites. Through love, this oneness, which dissolves differences and breaks down borders, will become apparent. The divine unites us all. This was the quest of the Imam, and it was this quest that reminded me of the message of my guru, Pramukh Swami Maharaj. There's a fly walking around my feet, he's tickling me. Stop that. If the first two chapters describe Swami Shri's way of being, in love and eyeless, which were the last two, I guess they're not including the introduction. This chapter exemplifies how bhakti, loving devotion, and aham shunyata, eyelessness, literally aham shunyata means I am not. I am the void. I am the space itself. Aham shunyata. How it translates into everyday spirituality and in his life. When one is in love and eyeless, one can embrace all uniformly and impartially. To embrace all, one has to experience and love the divine within, while casting aside one's ego and self. To embrace all, one has to be free from prejudice, bias, judgment, and partiality. To embrace all, one has to accept with an open mind and forgive with an open heart. The lessons of the previous chapter were here as prerequisites. I think my left hand is becoming Italian. Equality, equilibrium, and equanimity have a principal place in Hindu spirituality. Despite the common misconception that pre-modern social structures are built around systems of hierarchy for oppression and marginalization in Hindu society, respect and acceptance were a big part of the Hindu way of life. Hello, Claudia Sal. Hierarchy was an important part of the early Indic life, but great spiritual leaders have shown through their words and actions that there is a great sense of value for human life and dignity. In the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna Bhagavan says that an enlightened soul is able to love every being equally and even-mindedly. They see God in all of creation. Specifically from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 12, verse 3. Why don't we read that? Why not? Let's find that verse. To find chapter 12, verse 3. But those who fully worship the imperishable, the indefinable, the unmanifest, the all-pervading, the inconceivable, and the changeless, the immovable, the constant, by disciplining all the senses, being even-minded everywhere, engaged in the welfare of all beings, they also verily attain me. And in the Vachanamrut, Bhagwan Swami Narayan states, I look upon all devotees as being equal, i.e., I do not differentiate one as being superior and another as being inferior. From Gadhata 2:13, which we haven't read yet, but we have been reading the Vachanamrut together. We'll get there one day. Pramukh Swami Maharaj lived these lessons of equality and fairness revealed in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Bhagwan Swami Narayan's sermons. They were the basis of his spirituality. The sheer diversity and breadth of people with whom Swami Shri interacted are a testament to his ability to experience and embrace Narsimha's Metas, Sri Hari everywhere. Add to that Swami Shri's ability to do so without prejudice and judgment, and with respect and fairness, one can experience the essence of Swami Shri's equality. Swami Shri embraced those who were invisible to and marginalized by others, different or holding contradictory worldviews, physically distanced because of his celibacy vows as a sadhu in the Swami Narayan tradition, and even those who acted against him and his community. This chapter does not provide a detailed description of the organization's social development initiatives for the marginalized, but rather focuses on Swami Shri's ecumenical and egalitarian intent to embrace the world. For this was the seed from which sprang the organization's diverse activities and their impact. Alright, so thank you for listening to this wonderful introduction to this chapter on embracing all. A wonderful one at that, as recommended by all of you. Normally I just read at the start and end, but I thought we'd read in the middle because you asked to. But because I also mentioned that I would be doing a whispered live stream today for those of you who asked, I will return to whispering, but do know that most days I am not whispering, and even ASMR Sundays I normally speak softly, but I also know that most of you prefer my soft-spoken voice, but some of you prefer my whispered voice, and for you I dedicate this live stream. I hope that is fair. And thank you, Cryptic, for the beautiful falling for you that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vesna, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And Vesna, know that you are always welcome here. And me, it's Bitch. Thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jinx, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Thank you, Michael, for your heart me and rose too. Happy Sunday indeed. Hari Om Tat Sat. Cryptic, you are wondering, does an enlightened being love their spouse as equally to a stranger? That's a hard question to answer, because it might conduce this idea that their spouse isn't special to them, which is absolutely not true. Now, for the most part, enlightened beings generally take a vow of celibacy. Like the Buddha, for example, although he did have a wife before. Like Jesus, he never married. like great saints such as Swami Vivekananda, but his guru, Ramakrishna Paramahansa, he did have a wife actually. It is said that Ramakrishna, he viewed his wife as God, which is wonderful because they viewed each other as the source of everything. He would literally pray to his wife. He would get down and touch her feet and say, "Oh, goddess of the universe." And so that was the kind of sentiment that Ramakrishna had towards his wife. That he would literally meditate on her as being a form of the Divine Mother. For him, his Ishta Devata was his wife. As a form of Kali. But Kali is just one form of the mother. And the mother takes on many forms. Like when our mother gets into a bad mood, she's in a different form. It's still the mother, still the same mother, but it's a different form than when she's full of tenderness for you, right? Now, naturally, we tend to have a fondness for one form more than another, but that doesn't discredit the reality of the mother in any other form. Similarly, Ramakrishna had a kind of tenderness for one form of the Divine Mother, but he still honored and respected that same mother within all beings. So it was absolutely special to him. But the love was unbroken. He was in love with the divinity itself that pervades not just his wife, but everyone. Sky Guardian, you talked yourself out of trolling. That's impressive. Not many people can do that. G2 Infinity, you're wondering, can we name an enlightened female being? Sure. Anandamayi Ma. That's a great example. Or Mother Teresa. Yeah, Anandamayi Ma is a great example. Anandamayi Ma literally means the mother full of bliss, the blissful mother. Ananda means bliss, Mai means full of, Ma means mother. Anandamayi Ma, the blissful mother. You also asked, or by default, are females already enlightened? It seems that us guys have to work a little harder for spiritual truths that many women seem to be just born into, don't they? I think although many women tend to live difficult lives, that difficulty also allows them to be much more spiritual in other ways. And it's hard to fathom that the faculty of life blossoms through you. That as a woman you have been gifted with the ability to create life. That's already going to get you thinking differently about your body in this life. How sacred it is, I think, in my opinion. That you can You can literally grow a human being inside you, here to experience the world just as you have. I think a lot of guys don't think about that, at least not as much. That gives rise to certain spiritual perspectives, definitely. Mother Teresa did not do good in India. There was a documentary where she let people die when she had the funds, so I'm sorry to hear that. Anandamayi Ma. She's a great example, though. So you're wondering, how do you spell that woman's name? I will spell it for you. Anandamayi Ma. Oh, you're very welcome, Skystorm. I'm happy that you found some preciousness in this topic. It's a very precious topic indeed. The feminine is such a sacred and integral part of femininity, of spirituality. Yes, of course, it's an integral part of itself. Yeah. In spirituality, the feminine represents Bhakti and Shakti, loving devotion and the power to create and destroy. I mean, if you have the power to put life into this world, that already deserves some kind of reverence, doesn't it? Rowan, yes, you may ask why I deleted my content and will I ever post more. If you want a good biography of some of the feelings that were going on inside me and in my personal life, in the frequently asked questions page of the link tree in my bio, I give you a full account. A lot had happened personally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, mentally. But suffice to say, I have no plan on making videos in the future. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make them. Just at this moment, I genuinely don't have a plan. But I would like to have a plan. Allow me to clarify. Yes, I would like to one day. But for now, I'm still learning, I'm still growing in ways that I want to wait until I feel more confident making videos again. I would like to get off my sleep medication. It's the last vice in my life right now. And then I'd like to go to India. And then when I come back, or maybe while I'm in India, there'll be a rekindling of this idea. However, while you are here in this live, I'd be happy to talk about any of the same things which interested you before. And Cryptic, you are wondering, how is it going off my meds also? Am I okay? Thank you for asking. Yeah, see, I went off my antidepressants, and now I'm almost off my sleep medication, just on the final stretch. And my mood is the same, which is amazing. I'm really grateful for having a support network, for behavioral changes that I was able to make in my life, and spiritual teachers that I look up to, who I've received blessings from. And one of our guests, named Patrick, who's a nutritionist, is helping me get the right molecules my brain needs in the tapering off of my sleep medication. So, mentally I feel very happy, but my sleep schedule has certainly taken a hit in the process. But that's okay. It's not so bad. It's getting better again. In Stimulus Check, you share that getting off sleep medication is a feat, but you'd recommend just viewing it as a game, where you try to stay up as long as you can and you eventually learn to get used to it. I like that. The gamification of life can be a wonderful tool indeed, and I do see it as an inspiring challenge indeed. But thank you for inquiring, Cryptic. In Madeline's, you share that you sort of did something similar. You stopped streaming because you didn't feel like you knew yourself at all. Now you're back. I love that. Whereas before, not knowing yourself was a bad thing. Now it's a blessing because you're so free. Thank you, Madeline's. And thank you, Jakes, for your pair of finger hearts, a ginger man, and a paper crane. One not so different than this one. Oh, did I hear a yippee? That must mean it's Vachanamrut time. And thank you, Corin, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Isabella, thank you for your 5 GGs. Yes, why don't we take a short interim and read from the Vachanamrut? Do another reading together. I'll raise my voice again for this. So good. Okay. We will be reading from the Vachanamrut, which is a collection of discourses from the last 10 years of Bhagwan Swami Narayan's life, who is said to be an enlightened being that lived in around the region of Gujarat, India, during the turn of the 19th century. Just looking at the length of this one, just a few pages, an average length, I think. Today we're reading Gadhada 164. This one is titled The Relationship Between Sharir and Shariri. Semicolon, a master-servant relationship. On Fagun Vadhi the 9th, Samvat 1876, or the 9th of March, 1820, Swami Shri Sahajanandji Maharaj was sitting on a large decorated cot on the platform outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with another black-bordered case. He had also tied a white cloth with a border of silken thread around his head. Around his neck he was wearing a new kanthi made from tulasi beads. Oh, how lovely. At that time, an assembly of munis as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj asked the munis, the Shrutis, which means that which is heard referring to the oral tradition of scripture. The Shrutis mention that the Atma, the self, and Akshar, God, are the Sharir of Purushottam, who is God. Okay, my apologies. Akshar doesn't just mean God here, it means something in between. And Purushottam here is God. That Atma, that individual self, the true self, and Akshar are not subject to change and are devoid of any discardable influences of Maya, material existence. Moreover, just as God transcends Maya, material existence, so do the Atma and Akshar. How then can that Atma and Akshar be described as the Sharir of God? Because the Sharir of a Jiva is totally different from the Jiva itself and is subject to change, whereas the Jiva, the indweller of the body, is not subject to change. Therefore, just as the body of the Jiva and the indweller, the Jiva itself, are totally different, similarly, there should be the same degree of difference between Purushottam, God, and the Atma, the soul, and Akshar, which are the Sharir of Purushottam. Please explain in which way they are different. That was a heavy-duty question, wasn't it? I believe in Sriji Maharaj's ability to answer. Probably a technical passage this will be. Perfect for ASMR Sunday, really, because you can fall asleep to it. But for the rest of you, all of the Munis answered according to their understanding, but no one was able to offer a precise answer. Sriji Maharaj then said, "Allow me to answer. The Atma and Akshar constitute the Sharir of Purushottam Bhagwan in that they are pervaded, dependent, and powerless. In what way? Well, by means of his Antaryami, his ability to pervade everything, being the innermost being. God pervades the Atma and Akshar, whereas the Atma and Akshar are the pervaded. God is independent, whereas the Atma and Akshar are dependent upon God. Furthermore, God is all-powerful, whereas the Atma and Akshar are totally powerless before him. In this way, God is the Shariri of both the Atma and the Akshar, and these two are the Sharir of God. That Shariri, Purushottam Bhagwan, possesses an eternally divine form. With his Antaryami powers, God resides as the Atma of all Atmas, self of all selves, which pervades their respective physical bodies, and are also those bodies drashta. He also resides in all of the physical bodies, which, in relation to the Atmas, are pervaded and are also... Oh, did I skip this? No, it's just a repeat. He also resides in all of the physical bodies, which, in relation to the Atmas, are pervaded and are also their drashya. In this way, Purushottam Bhagwan is the Atma of all. When referred to in the scriptures as the Atma of drashya, which has a form, that Purushottam Bhagwan is described as having a form like the drashya. When referred to in the scriptures as the Atma of drashta, he is described as formless. And I'm sorry, I actually don't know what the word sharir, shariri, drashta, or drashya mean. but I'm hoping by context it'll become understandable. Perhaps some of you know. In reality, however, Purushottam Bhagwan is different from both the Drashya, which has a form, and the formless, Atma. He eternally possesses a definite form, which is not an ordinary, worldly form. Sharir is body. Thank you, Tattvamasi. Moreover, despite possessing a definite form, he is the drashta of both the drashta and the drashya. Furthermore, he is the inspirer of both the Atma and Akshar, and is independent from them and is their controller. He also possesses all spiritual powers. He is greater than even Akshar, which is greater than everything. Out of compassion, that Purushottam Bhagwan appears as a human being on this earth for the liberation of jivas, individual souls. Understanding him to eternally possess a divine form, a person who offers bhakti, loving devotion, and upasana, kind of worship or reverence, to him acquires qualities similar to those of God, as well as countless of other spiritual powers. After such a person's Atma has attained Brahman realization of the ultimate reality. In Tattvamasi, you share that Drishti is sight. So you guess Drashya is the one seeing. This makes sense to me. Yes, I think you may be very right with that. So who has attained Brahman realization of the ultimate? They constantly remain in the service of Purushottam Bhagwan with love and great reverence. On the other hand, a person who meditates on God and does his upasana, believing him to be formless, is consigned to Brahma Shushupti, from which they never return. Nor does such a person ever acquire any spiritual powers from the divine. Finally, Shriji Maharaj added, I have delivered this discourse having experienced it directly myself, therefore there is not a trace of doubt about it. Moreover, these facts can be understood only from a person whom firmly believes that God is forever divine and possesses a form. They can never be understood from others. Therefore, these facts should be thoroughly imbibed by all. Thus we conclude reading Vachanamrut Gadhada 164. Thank you for listening. And now I shall return to whispering. But thank you, Cryptic, for your half a dozen cherry whops. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Stimulus Check, you share that you love this guy. This guy. Well, this guy loves you too. And you feel like all your problems don't exist in his lives. I'm so happy that you found some comfort here. That's all I could ask for, really. Aquarius lady, you have some Sanskrit. What does this say? Yam, that's my name. And Vamsham. Vamsham. I'm not sure what Vamsham means. Yam Vamsham. I like it though. I am very Canadian with a toque today, aren't I? Lineage, maybe. Oh, causality. And acquire to inspire. You share that I am your favorite on Thanksgiving. My goodness, is it Thanksgiving? Well, I'm thankful that you're here, and I hope to give to you love. And Cryptic, you ask, can we have a Star Wars Day once a month? I don't think we could have a Star Wars Day once a month. That would be like having Christmas once a month. It means more when Christmas is a little more rare. But we can do other themed lives for sure. Definitely. And Orihina, thank you for your heart me and pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Hello, Regina. You're feeling the same, Usha. Healed and peaceful. I'm happy to hear that. The fly came and said hi. Hannah, you're wondering, do I like crystals? I think they're very cool. But I also feel like they belong to Mother Earth. I feel like if you hold on to it, that can bring love and peace to you. But if you put it in the earth, then it brings love and peace to the whole earth. And Cryptic, you are wondering, do I think I will ever get married? I want to get married to the Divine Feminine. Till death do us part is too impermanent for me. I wish to be married to the divine within everything. That way I can never be away from my beloved. That's okay, JJ. You can come back tomorrow. We'll return to our regular format. And Isabella, you share that candy yams is a soul food staple, your favorite. I don't know if I've ever had candied yams. I didn't know that was a thing. But I hope that I can be a kind of candy yam too. And I'm happy that you like my smile, Elizabeth. I can't help it when I'm surrounded by such beautiful mirrors. I get to see my smile in all of you. So many delicious ways to eat yams, right? You're making me hungry. Now I want to go out and buy a yam. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that after this live. I'm gonna walk to the store and buy a yam. Cryptic, you can't believe I've never had candied yams. Huh? It's true. I didn't even know they existed. And Tucson, you ask if I got my teeth done. No, actually. But I did buy this. I have whitening toothpaste. I guess it works well. Thank you. Marshmallows with brown sugar, that sounds good too, Sky. And Cryptic, you're wondering, how is my interview? Was it for a job? No, not that kind of interview. Someone interviewing me for a podcast kind of interview. It was nice, and actually I uploaded my copy of it to the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel as well, so it's there for you. It was fun. Drop the link for the toothpaste. I don't know what it's called, but I think it's Crest. And a new interview is coming, hopefully. Yes. Next week. Oh, that's exciting. Or the week after. Oh, okay. I don't know. Sky Guardian just tells me when. Oh, good. What was that song from Fairly Odd Parents about shiny teeth from Chip Skylar? Shiny teeth. I forget. My shiny teeth and me. Oh wait, that is the song, isn't it? My shiny teeth that twinkle just like the stars in space. I don't remember the melody to it. Aquarius lady, you sure I never told you when and where? For the interview? Well, the interview is, it was, I think I texted you that day that instead of having a live, I was doing an interview. Elaine, you're wondering where am I from? Yes, Haneke is correct. I am from Canada. And Stray Kids Voices, you ask. May you ask if my parents are Buddhists or if I found Buddhism myself. Yeah, most Buddhists don't have children. Well, Buddhist monks don't have children. So, it'd be very rare for Buddhist monks to have children anyway. But, no, my parents, they're non-denominational. They really wanted me to find happiness wherever. My mother, she loves finding beauty in many different traditions. And my father is like the complement of that. He finds beauty just in what he's already doing. No need for any spiritual or religious practice. And now I'm like the perfect balance between my parents, I guess. That I find beauty everywhere and nowhere. Buddhism is one of those places that I found beauty. I found it in university after studying mathematics. I almost felt like the Buddha was speaking through some equations. I was like, these equations are weirdly philosophical. These equations, boy, they speak to something deeply spiritual. And I was not spiritual, but I knew that I had to become spiritual in order to continue this mathematical inquiry. Thank you, named Nemo, for your heart me and a corgi. That's so fun. Hari Om Tat Sat. Saturn, as you share that you need to go to the grocery store, so you can't stick around, but you share love and happiness to us all. Thank you. May you have a wonderful time at your grocery store. And thank you for your heart meat, your 37 team bracelets, and your pair of cheer you ups. Radhe, Radhe. Stray Kids, you're wondering, do I have siblings? I have a younger sister. Indeed. And thank you, Kelly Riley, for your heart me a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Elaine, you share that you're from Sweden. That's so cool. I've never met a Swede I didn't like. They're all so sweet. A sweet Swede. Thank you, Names Nemo, for being a part of this Sangha today, in this moment. And G2 Infinity, you asked, does my sister like math too? Hell no. But she's good at it. She falls behind in math class, but then she learns it all so quickly when she has to. Sky Guardian, you share that Swedish fish is pretty good and it's vegetarian. I love Swedish fish, yeah. Swedish berries too. My mother loves those. And Hola Maria from Argentina. Thank you, Names Nemo, for your rose and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. In Stray Kids' voices, you ask, do I believe people can have multiple rebirths until they reach enlightenment? Well, it seems to be the case that most people do not die enlightened. That they may die happy, sure, but they haven't entered to the fullness of peace yet. Otherwise, everyone would become enlightened at some point in their life, and thus the older generation would be full of so much peace, wouldn't they? Usha, you share that for you. Yam tastes like carrots. Have to find a good recipe. I see that, yeah. Maybe that's why they're both orange. Some of the molecules match. I don't know. But yeah, enlightenment requires hard work. Death does come with a kind of freedom, but you also don't get to partake in the hard work that enlightenment requires. So, while alive, we have to do the work to get there. Dreamweaver, you share that you wish other places adopted the Swedish Vika, you think it's called, just a time of day to chill out, to collectively chill out. Wow, is that why the Swedes are so chill? You know, besides the fact that it's cold there. It's cool. And Moria, you're wondering what's my name. My name is Liam, but my friends call me Yam. Hello, Sakiko. Welcome back. In Stray Kids' voices, you ask, do you think we can have traces or remember fragments of previous lives? Well, yes, but it requires a lot of introspection. Just like someone who goes through trauma, they might find it difficult to remember their life during or before that trauma. Like many people who go through childhood trauma, they struggle remembering their childhood. Similarly, it's no doubt that death and birth are very eventful, and they carry with it a kind of pain that is similar to other traumas. And so, in this way, it's no surprise to me that we have difficulty remembering. But impressions remain, certainly. Just ask any mother. Was your child born with a personality? They'll tell you. They weren't just born with a personality. They had one when they were in the womb. As soon as you could feel them, they had a personality to them. That personality doesn't just come out of nowhere. These must be impressions remaining. And so you ask, do I have past life memories? Well, I can remember up to the point of being 9 months old, thereabouts. And I had a dream about entering the womb of my mother, which I later told my mother, and she said that your dreams are revealing too much. She was very shocked and started crying. But I have had this one thought that seems to be earlier than all of them. And it's a very abstract memory. I remember trying to organize ideas into one of two categories. And I forget what those two categories were. I remember fascinated with this, that everything you could think of falls under two categories, and I don't remember what they are. And I remember going through everything I could possibly think about, until I got to one last thought that I could not categorize. There was one thing that was beyond these two groups. One thing that was something that I could never put into a category. And I also forget what that was. But it's a memory that feels older than any I've ever had in this life. Because it didn't even take place in real life. It took place in some void, in absolute darkness. It's very abstract. Hello, Ari. And thank you, Betty Elf, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Isabella, you share that your girls are a trip. I'm sure they are. And Katarina, hello, you share that your son coughed instead of crying as a baby for food. Why is that so funny? It's like, mother. It's trying to get your attention. What a personality. Ahem. I'm hungry. Where's the food? Yeah, you thought he was joking half the time. Well, I guess it worked. Yeah. That's great. Claudia Sell, you asked, did my mom sing me songs before I was born? I think every mother does. I should hope. How else do you communicate with someone that's still inside you, if not through vibration, such as music, I think? Dreamweaver, you share that you remember looking into your mom's eyes as a child and seeing a timeline of all the lives we shared. That sent chills down my spine. I love that. That's so beautiful. There is some kind of eternal bond between a mother and their child. you've known this soul before. That's why it's so easy to pick up the love again. Hello, Lily. Thanks for whispering. And thank you, Bridget, for your roses. Truly. Stray Kids Voices, you share that this is a bit left field, but do I think life exists on other planets outside our solar system? Oh, probably. There's just so much going on that I'm sure there's a witness for all that. I believe that things exist to be seen, to be heard, to be experienced. I'm sure that there is some experiencing happening on every planet in some capacity. Some people ask, in a forest where no one is around and a tree falls, does it make a sound? I say that there is not a forest in the world where someone is not there to witness, even if it's just a fly, even if it's just a fellow tree. Hi. Yes, I was talking about you. You're a witness. You're like a fly on the wall. A fly on the Yamsox. You're beautiful. Such beautiful eyes you have. Hi. So you share, yes, awesome. Your fondest life memory is when your daughter was born and you looked into her eyes. Oh, what a moment. I can't imagine how amazing it is to see your child's eyes for the first time. Wow, it's no doubt to me why often mothers are so spiritual, because they witness the spirit in ways that many others cannot. Good night, Chloe. And Alice, you share. I've been whispering for a while. I better be hydrating. I shall. In my musical microphone. Thank you, Colin, for your 7 roses. Ariom Tatsat. And Ari, you share that when you were born, you didn't cry. You just stared at your mom like an alien. Oh, that's so funny. I think my friend told me a similar story, that when they were born, they just looked angry. They didn't cry. They just looked frustrated, like. You're welcome, Anika. You didn't laugh in weeks. Well, laughter is the best medicine, isn't it? You're always welcome to it. Stray Kids Voices, you share that to create a life is the most privileged and beautiful moment anyone can experience. So wonderfully said, yes. And Usha, you share and clapping with one hand those cones are kind of keeping your mind busy like a mantra. Yeah, indeed, brings you to the name of the heart chakra. Does anyone know the name for the heart chakra in Sanskrit? It means a sound that is not made from two things coming into contact. Anahata. Thank you, Valerie. It's very interesting. The Sanskrit names for chakras are different than their English names. Instead of heart, it's the place in which there is a sound without impact. Trying to listen to that, you listen to the sound of one hand clapping. I drank enchanted water, I definitely did. And so you share that you liked the whispering. Now your daughter is 16 and you wish you could have more patience at times. Yeah. But then again, such an experience is precisely what gets one to become more patient. Maddie, you share that you're sad about all the things you forgot when you were little. You feel like you knew so much then about yourself. It's not so much that you knew so much about yourself as it is that you knew that there isn't anything to know. That you're just you, and that's it. And whatever you do, you're being you. There's no need to be cognizant of who you are. Just be. And you are perfect. It's no one's business to know who they are. You don't even need to think about it. Because whatever you are, you are. You don't have to think to be. Yes, you think, therefore you are. But you are without thought. Even. Claudia, so you say, how about you send me an ice cream sandwich? That sounds delicious. If you sent it by mail, I'm sure by the time it arrived, it would just be sandwich, no ice cream. Be an ice cream sandwich, no ice cream. Thank you, Paige, for your heartbeat and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And so, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. Welcome, Dale. I love that mantra, Ari. Om Tare Dutare Dure Swaha. I think that's one of the Chloes in our audience. One of the Chloes here. They love that mantra. I think it's the same mantra above me, actually. Yeah, it is on the prayer flags. That's beautiful, Ari. You share that if you're scared of your heartbeat, listen to someone else's heartbeat. The heart keeps going. I was very afraid of my heartbeat since I was very young, because I was always crossing my fingers that there'd be another beat. Please beat Okay, good. Please beat. Okay, good. Please beat again. Okay, good. Every time it would beat, I'd be waiting for the next one. Thank you, Maddie, for your trio of rosas. Ariom Tatsat. I was so conscious of my heart. Whenever I'd fall asleep, I'd have so much anxiety there. So you share that you used to be afraid of your breath and your heartbeat too. Isn't that interesting? How we go through these periods of being afraid of life itself. Cryptic, you share that you hate it when you start manually breathing. I love it. I call it conscious breathing. With conscious breathing, you can take control of your whole system. And Ellie Reyes, you ask, can I say hello to my Latin American friends? I say hello to all the people of Earth. I say hello to my Latin American friends, a part of our shared humanity. And you share the video is freezing. Is it freezing for everyone? I hope it's okay. And Usha, you are wondering, did I have an imaginary friend maybe? No, but I had stuffed animals. And I would believe them to be my friends and talk to them and play games with them. I would play a game called Imaginary Tag, where I'd have all my stuffed animals in my room. And I'd play tag with them. I'd imagine that by a thought force they would tag one person. And by person I mean either me or one of the stuffed animals. And so it'd be, oh, I'm it. Alright, I'm gonna mentally tag you. Who are you gonna tag? Oh, they tagged Bunny My Honey. Who is Bunny My Honey gonna tag? Oh, they tagged Carrot. Now Carrot tagged Lettuce. These were the names of my stuffed animals. I had a bunch of bunnies. I had Carrot, Lettuce, Bunny My Honey, Bunny My Honey Honey, and Cutie Pie. And those are my 5 bunnies. And I'd put them to bed every night. And the small ones, I'd take a little tissue and I'd use that as their blanket. And I'd tuck them in. And I don't know where they went except for Carrot, which I've had since I was born. Still sleeps with me above my bed. It's not freezing for you, Evie. Oh, good. And Alex, you share that I'm your favorite person on this app. Well, I'm honored. Thank you. And thank you, Trash. I'm gonna rename you. You are recyclable. Thank you, Recycling, for your pair of roses and your trio of community fests. I've never seen that before. Hariom Tatsat. Thank you, Isabella, for your popcorn and cloud bread too. Jai Sitaram. Or do you share that you used to visualize lasers bouncing around the room? That's so fun. Gifted soul and healer, you're wondering, how did I get that background like that? It's amazing. This. Good old practical effects. $. you're wondering, do I have a guru? At this moment in time, I'm taking, what's it called? Interviews, I guess. Taking interviews. I feel like I've always had one, but I'm ignorant of who they are in Maya, in the material world. Applications, thank you. Yeah, taking offers, taking applications. I have a very specific set of criteria. Sky Guardian, you share that you proclaimed Swami Dharmanandaji yesterday. For me, it's true. I don't think I'm a good disciple, devotee. When I'm a bad student, how can I claim for them to be my teacher? I look forward to studying under Swami Dharmanandaji's tutelage, though. You have a tapestry just like this one, gifted soul and healer. That's fun. There you go. You have what I have. Where is Gaia today? Asks Rasul Allah. It's a good question. I don't know. I haven't seen her. Ari, you share that the trees are great gurus. I've definitely learned a lot just being in the vicinity of trees. They do have a kind of wisdom persona. Raccoon, you are wondering, how did I have lives without videos? How did I get the first 1,000 to go live? Simple answer is that I did have videos. Stimulus check, you share that the best usually have the toughest internal critics. Yes, but not too tough. Always balanced out with the greatest encouragement. The kind of encouragement that cannot come from anyone else besides yourself. Yes, that's right, Raccoon. Happy we sorted that out. Cosmic Katarina. You share that you just had someone bless you with some food for your baby. It just centers you. That's so sweet. I'm so happy to hear that. Hello, Mengen. And I love that sentiment that you carry with you to find friends wherever you go. I am honored to be your friend. This fly is so funny. Yeah, you're just so curious, aren't you? Just looking at me. Yeah. Maybe I can take you outside, unless you like being in here. Thank you, Betty L, for your rose. Arion, that's that. Ari, you ask seriously though, what's up with the foot? It's my microphone. It's your ear. This is your ear. Hello? Can you hear me? I am whispering in your ear. But I have a sock over the microphone. It's product placement. See, in my YouTube videos, I'm only allowed to advertise products that appear in the video. So I have Yamsox here, and I have the tiny toque here. The good news is that I like wearing the toque. Keeps the hair out of my eyes. And the sock, it helps mitigate the plosive sounds and wind when I'm outside. So it's a win-win. And I think it's fun to look at too. Thank you, Mungen, for your Rose and Community Fest. Orion Tatsat and Angela, thank you for the gimme the vote. I'm glad you like the sock microphone, Angela. Why would you say that, Sky Guardian? Oh my goodness. I'm so disappointed. It's like hearing you within your own cells from yourself. I am inside you. You are loved. You are cared for. You are important. You are just where you need to be. A yam shield. I like that better, Ari. Cryptic, you're wondering what do I listen to within the headphones, the audio levels, to make sure that they're okay. So I'm not too loud or too quiet, and neither is the background music. Now HKY. Yes, you've been asking to hear the Big Bang story. Story of the Big Bang, hey? Well, long ago, the great physicists tell us that there was once a singularity. That's what they call it. A zero-dimensional point that was infinitely small, yet had infinite energy, or at the very least, infinite density. The size of the observable universe was even smaller than a Planck length, and a Planck length is the smallest thing possible in this universe. We know this because when telescopes like Hubble came out, they looked into space beyond just our own galaxy for the first time, into deep space, and they discovered that the deeper they look into space, the more red the galaxies looked. So they called this phenomenon redshift. They couldn't quite get it. Why the further they looked out into space, the more red all the galaxies became. It's like, are we the only place in the universe that has other colors besides red? They noticed also that in a galaxy, everything is spinning around the center usually, and the side that's spinning towards us is a little more blue, called blue shift. And the side spinning away from us is red shift. This is the Doppler effect acting on light. You've heard the Doppler effect in sound before, like when an ambulance is driving by, when an ambulance is approaching you, because it's moving in the same direction that the sound is emitted. The sound bunches up, the frequencies get all tighter, and so the pitch is higher. And when it's driving away, it's driving in the opposite direction to the direction that the sound is flowing. So the wavelengths get stretched out, lower pitch. Of course, the sound travels at the same speed still. Same as with light. Light is always moving at the same speed. But if it's emitted from a source that's moving away from you, it becomes red-shifted. Literally. Because red is a lower pitch of light, a lower wavelength. A longer wavelength, a lower frequency. So it seems like all of the galaxies that are far away are moving away from us. And all of the galaxies even further away are moving away from us even faster. Why is every galaxy moving away from us? Well, not all of them. Some of the closer ones are moving towards us, like Andromeda. And actually Andromeda is going to hit us one day. Hit might be an exaggeration, because a galaxy is mostly empty space. In fact, even though trillions of stars are hurling towards each other, it's expected that not a single one of them will collide. It's amazing. All these galaxies will just perfectly phase through each other, and then it'll become this big elliptical galaxy. The Milky Way Andromeda merger. I think this is in about 4 billion years. 4.5 billion years. But every other galaxy seems to be going away from us. And that's not because we're special. In fact, every galaxy is special in that way. That if you were in any other galaxy, that it would look like other galaxies are moving away from you. The universe is so done with us, says the Phantom. It's like, bye. Every galaxy seems to be moving away from each other. But how can that make sense? In order to move away from one, you'd have to get closer to another, wouldn't you? Actually, they're spreading out because the universe is infinite, but the whole universe is expanding into its own infinite self. Like if you took an infinitely large picture and just scaled it up. So, from Hubble, we discovered that the universe is expanding. Very interesting. And the rate that it's expanding is increasing. It's accelerating. What does this have to do with the beginning? Actually, everything. For most of history, most people believed, at least a physicist, in a static universe, that it was fixed, unchanging. There was a kind of eternity to it. Sure, the Earth may have had a beginning, but the universe, why does the universe need to have a beginning? But with Hubble, if everything is expanding, of course it can expand forever. But if we dial back the time, it can't contract forever. There has to have been a point in which all of the galaxies were here at the same point. Not just all the galaxies, but all the stars, all the planets, all the atoms, all the particles, just in one singular point. Imagine fitting the whole universe within a single point. Incredible. But it's the logical conclusion that many great physicists have had to come to. And according to modern calculations, this event happened 13.7 billion years ago. They call that the Big Bang, which is a bit of a misnomer, because it wasn't big, nor was it a bang. It was this sudden expansion. In some way it was very calm, very quiet, because there was no sound yet. There was no light even. From an infinitesimal point to something infinitely large. That one divided unto itself in various ways. It's said that the first division was between gravity and the other forces. Scientists believe that all the forces were once one, that actually gravity and electromagnetism were one and the same thing, and so was the other two forces that you probably haven't heard about. The nuclear forces, the strong and weak nuclear forces. They're what keep atoms from exploding. Because if an atom is made of a cloud of electrons and a bunch of protons stuck together, if like charges repel, why don't the protons go like this? It's because there's another force besides magnetism holding them together. That's the weak nuclear force. But don't be fooled, it's very strong. It's just weaker relative to yet another force. Inside the protons are like charges too of quarks. Why don't the quarks rip apart? That's the strong nuclear force. And you never find a quark by itself. That's why it's so strong. It's so strong that it would literally take infinite energy to rip a quark from another one inside any hadron, like a proton or a neutron. And of course, the electron and the proton, they're bounded by the electromagnetic force. And all of the atoms in this earth and the sun are bound by the gravitational force. Back to the beginning, all of those forces were one. But gravity diverged within a Planck second, known as the Planck epoch. And so, in theory, beyond the cosmic microwave background, which was when the first light was emitted, about 102,000 to 200,000 years after the Big Bang, there should be other layers of backgrounds. There should be a cosmic neutrino background that pushes it back even more. And there should be a cosmic gravitational background from the first Planck, the Planck time, when gravity diverged. Then the other forces diverged. I believe it's the strong nuclear force is said to have diverged from the electro-weak force. And then the electromagnetism diverged from the weak nuclear force. And this is where we live today with four fundamental forces. And thus, now that they were distinct, they could have distinct particles. They could give rise to the Higgs boson, the electron, the quarks, which eventually combined nucleosynthesis, forming the hadrons. And when it cooled enough, it was very hot, the protons, they captured some of the electrons, and we had the first atoms. So from this expansion of space, air arose. From that air, that hydrogen and helium, all the gas, it condensed through gravity to form fire, the stars. Then those stars at their center, they fused heavier and heavier elements from the extreme gravitational pull at their center, forming elements all the way up to iron on the periodic table, merging atoms to have heavier and heavier nuclei. And then when these stars explode at the end of their lifetime, they release all that new stuff into the world, new building blocks. The universe now had more stuff to play with. Molecules such as water could form. And all of those heavier molecules and elements condensed into planets after the first generation of stars. And then these formed the Earth. And isn't it amazing how we actually covered the 5 elements from the ancient model all the way up to now with science, that from space, Akash, arose this gaseous substance called Vayu. From Vayu arose fire, Agni. From Agni arose water, Jalam. From Jalam arose earth, Prithvi. And then from Prithvi arose so many more things. This is how the universe was created according to science, and with a little bit of ancient spirituality. So thank you for asking. I hope that answered your question. But thank you, Mangan, for your community fest, your GG, your ice cream cone, your tiny, yippee, your pair of roses, your 10 GGs, 36 roses. Oh, no, I'm mixing up my gifts now. Those were from other guests that I'll extend my gratitude for as well, but thank you, Mangan. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Daniel, thank you for your 10 GGs. That was from you. Happy to get that right. Jai Sitaram. And Omar, thank you for your 36 roses and your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Mangan, thank you for your quartet of roses also. Jai Sitaram. And I'm really grateful that in our Sangha we have such a diversity of beliefs. That's exactly why I do this. And I know that different belief systems have different stories about how the world or the universe was created. And I love to entertain those as well. And I hope that by sharing this perspective, you don't feel like I've diminished yours. I just love hearing everyone's perspectives, and I hope that we can relish in them all. Regardless of exactly how creation came to be, I think what is at the heart of all stories is that singularity at the beginning. No matter which story you listen to, it always starts with one. And from that one, the many have arisen. And Cryptic, you are wondering, do I know about the big one? I must. Living in the PNW. Can I talk about it? Oh yes, I was wondering what you were talking about for a second. Yeah, the big one. The Pacific Northwest. Apparently where I live, we're overdue for the big one. According to indigenous accounts, according to study of the geology, there's a massive earthquake that happens where I live every few hundred years. About every 300 years or so, there's just a really big earthquake, around 9 on the Richter scale, if you're familiar, which is about as big as they get. And the last time we had one here was 500 years ago, so we are 200 years overdue. So a lot of people believe that we could have the big one any moment here in the Pacific Northwest. But fortunately, we're very aware of that, and so everyone here has earthquake kits, and most of our architecture is made to be earthquake proof, and there's great protocols in place. So it's not like 300 years ago where we really had no idea what would happen. Maybe, I assume the indigenous had an intimate relationship with the land. Maybe they were able to. No, but modern technology is catching up to this fact that the Earth is dynamic. It moves. Continents are always shifting. Volcanoes erupt. Tsunamis happen. Hurricanes, tornadoes. We're starting to make our infrastructure a little less rigid, as well as our societal structure, which is nice. And Enchantress Theodore, you're waiting for the big one so you can have oceanfront property. Yeah, it's said that the whole island that I live on will sink like something like a meter within like a blink of the eye. But just suddenly the earth drops a meter. So, yes, the tides might be a little higher in the future for various reasons. But yet it's one of the most beautiful places to live. Someone whose name I'm unable to read because it for some reason doesn't render on my screen. Someone with many cool characters in their name and a Saturn emoji at the end. Thank you for your 3 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Nikki's, what is it? It's rest and relaxation. It's Reiki and readings. Thank you for your finger heart and your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. That's right, Tracy. I live on Vancouver Island. And thank you for your prayers, Lily. And you've been there once. That's very exciting. And Dean, dude, you share that I kind of look like a pop punk singer right now. That's cool. Thank you, Jay. Cryptic, you share that yesterday at work you asked your coworker, will the tsunami get us here? That's funny. Where do you live? How far away? It's not that big. I mean, it's not gonna cover my whole island or anything like that. Even where I live. You live in Langford. You live so close to me. Yeah. No, I think you'd be fine as long as you're not at the shore, really. We're basically neighbors. I'm a little safer, closer to the east coast of the island. It's more inland towards the mainland. And House, you are wondering, do I have any advice on how to stay in a meditative state when you keep breaking out of it? Some meditators, they like that moment when you break out of it. That's why in Buddhist monasteries, they sometimes have that big gong that you guys are way too deep in meditation. Bang. And the goal is to remain still, even in that breaking out of your preconceived meditation. Because you can almost get into a kind of trance that's like a simulated meditation. You want to break out of even that. And so there's this kind of clear, lightless space beyond even a kind of darkness that you could fall into. So the gong wakes you up as you meditate. And some Dzogchen Buddhists, what they do is they scream out loud randomly throughout their meditation a specific sacred syllable. I believe it's pa, like the letter P, P-A, pa. whispering, of course, but when you don't have a gong around, you'll go, "Bah!" You'll wake yourself up. It can break you out of a sleep-like state and into a kind of transcendental state. Cryptic, you share that you are in Tofino on the weekend for a wedding, and you were like, please don't let the big one happen right now. That's funny. I don't think of the big one that often. Because what can I do about it? Besides move, I guess. Is that samadhi? Asked Tatvamasi. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't care so much for samadhi. I never really label my meditations. I suppose a guru who is very in tune with you could probably tell you whether you are in samadhi or not. Hanaka, you ask, didn't people ask me with ASMR to breathe into the microphone? I don't remember being asked that. Alright, please go eat. Rasul Allah. Meditation is more like a sine wave. I love that, Enchantress Theodora. Yeah. And LA, you had asked, do I have any tips on coping with your borderline personality disorder? Well, I don't have that diagnosis myself, so I can't really speak from experience, nor am I a qualified psychologist to do so. But I have met many people in my life that do have that, and I've learned a lot from them. Particularly an ex-girlfriend of mine. I remember she conveying this to me, that she feels everything like 10 times, maybe 100 times deeper than those around them. Then when something emotionally painful happens, it's not just like you stubbed your toe, it's like your whole being feels like it's dying. And similarly, when something beautiful happens, like when you fall in love, you also deeply, deeply fall in love at the same time. So it goes both ways, that it's not just that you have an intensely negative experience of life, you also have an intensely positive experience of life also. It's the intensity itself. And I think surrounding yourself with people that really love you is going to be so important for healing. I've heard that BPD is one of many rare kinds of I don't like using the word disorder, but it is technically a disorder that you can actually go into remission from. I've heard people say that they're in remission, that whereas they used to check all the boxes in the DSM, actually they no longer qualify for that diagnosis, and it requires a lot of love, especially from yourself, a lot of understanding that you're not a burden, that actually you're a blessing, because you help people experience life as deeply as you, in a way that is so wonderfully human, so authentic. I know that my past girlfriend, she taught me so much about what it even means to have emotions, what it means to validate one's feelings without trying to solve them, what it means to experience life so purely. And it definitely comes with its challenges, that's for sure, but in no way is it also a lesser experience of life than anyone else? So I really hope to affirm you that I see so much beauty within those of you that go through that, because I've seen so much of it firsthand with my past partners. And I've definitely made a lot of mistakes when it came to understanding what someone with such a mindset needs. And I felt very guilty over having to reconsider how I even think about trauma and emotions and affirmation. I really am blessed to have the experience of knowing people with that. But my tips for you personally is to recognize that beauty. And it will become your greatest gift, because you will experience a layer of reality that is so much more real than most people can even come to believe. You're very welcome, Acknowledgements. It's my honor that I get to understand you, really, in any way. LA, you share that coming to my channel has helped you quite a bit. I'm happy to hear that. And all the help that I can offer is really just being here for a potential that's already unfolding within you. And hello, Kelsey. Thank you, Jodrash, for your heart me, your team bracelet, your pair of roses too. Hariom Tatsat. And Samantha, thank you for your 7 roses. Hare Krishna. And for your 15 of them and another one. Hariom Tatsat. And good night, Heidi Happy. Thank you, Justice Angel, for your subscription. I'm really happy to hear that you find value here. And I'm really delighted to further connect with you whenever I have the moment. Christy Candies, you ask, what is BPD like? Well, maybe we can ask those here that have that. How would you describe it to someone who wants to understand? I'll definitely echo your voice if you feel comfortable sharing. Thank you, Astra, for your tiny, your finger heart, and your heart me. Yippee. Hariom Tatsat. LA, you share that you feel like BPD is like pushing people away and begging them not to leave. I think it looks like that, definitely. The fear of abandonment and attachment can be a big thing I've seen too. But it's also something really deeper. Yeah, as you added, feeling your emotions on such a deep level that it hurts to be awake. Yeah. I read this article that such a partner of mine sent to me once. I'm really hoping that I can find it. But it was someone who positively reframed all the symptoms of BPD in a way that was just so beautiful. I'm wondering if I can find that. I think I might have found it. I'd like to read this to you if this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So someone has taken all of the traits that were in the DSM, which is basically the psychiatrist's manual for diagnosing many disorders, and they've positively reframed them with commentary. For example, someone with BPD is highly self-aware. Someone with BPD has intense passion. They are exciting and alive. They have the ability to sense the emotions of others. They have a strong empathetic side. They have a powerful, intimate connection. They have a desire for community. And there's paragraphs explaining that, but I thought I'd just read those. And I love that. I think it's so important that we reframe psychological disorders in terms of what they give someone to. And of course, these gifts have such an immense weight to them as well. And they absolutely have suffering that corresponds to it. But I think it's helpful to also acknowledge the positives in these traits as well. I'm glad you liked that, LA. Moon, you share that you have been struggling with being hurt from someone who has NBD. Yeah, it's very interesting. Just like how BPD is a personality disorder, so is NBD. It's a narcissistic personality disorder. Yet we seem to stigmatize one more than another. But narcissism doesn't deserve to be stigmatized either. It's also something that predominantly arises from trauma, and that trauma is very real. It doesn't give an excuse, definitely, for the suffering that's inflicted, but it helps us understand so that we can attend to the pain, so that they no longer feel need to inflict it on others indirectly. But I'm no psychologist, no psychiatrist, definitely. But I am sorry to hear that, Moon. And I am sure that you're in the healing process, and it may take some time for that process to really become fruitful, but it absolutely will. I believe that all experiences that arise in our life can be used for learning, even if they're really tough lessons, but still, it's a kind of understanding of the nature of our own mind in many ways, and the minds of others. The more understanding we can have, the less resentment we'll hold for each other, the more love. Thank you, Usha, for your flowers in a finger heart. Hariom Tatsat. And Moon, you share that you feel bad for being so empathetic towards them. Oh, empathy is not something you should be guilty for, but if your love was only fulfilling an insecurity, then it is best for you to love in other ways, definitely. And having made those decisions to set boundaries is healthy for both of you, definitely. Everyone deserves love, but in a way that brings out our potential rather than fills a void. And I love that, Christy. You share that empathy is a kindness we all should share unless it crosses over into your own peace. That's well said. Respect everyone's boundaries, including your own. Jackie, hello. You share that you're with your mom who is in dying stages. It's so wonderful that you're there with her, and that we are indirectly there with her too. I don't know if that means she's in the room with you, but I hope to extend my love through you to her. And what a gift it is to have experienced life. And I guess she is already in the process of taking that energy that she occupies and transforms it into something new. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses, and Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. That's very true, Space Dust. People can have narcissistic traits but not necessarily be technically diagnosed, which is a formal procedure done by psychiatrists. Just like people can have autistic traits but not necessarily be up there on the autistic spectrum. Traits are traits, and I'll leave it to the experts to decide who has what. I'm definitely no expert myself. Gee, you share that you just won 3 chess games in a row, feeling good. That's lovely. I'm glad that you're feeling good, and chess is such a wonderful exercise for the mind. Hello, Sandy. Ari, you share that's a beautiful way of thinking about something so scary. It's important that we find the beauty in all stages of life, especially the end, which is ripe full of so much fear of the unknown. The least we can do is put it in a context in which it is not so scary, because it doesn't have to be. Kelsey, you share that you hugged a tree for the first time after learning plants are sentient beings. I'm sure the tree appreciated that. That's wonderful. And if you stayed there long enough, I'm sure that the tree would bend its branches down and hug you. The problem is that trees move much slower than we do, so by the time it goes to hug us back, we've already gone somewhere else. And it's true, Selena, I do have a yippee hat. Leah, you share that you go to camp tomorrow and stay for a week. Judging by your emoji, there is a mix of emotions there. Camp is a wonderful experience, even when it's not. I've had some bad times at camp, but that were so healing for the spirit. Ari, you share that you've got a big meeting tomorrow, and you would like me to wish you luck. Yeah, man. luck that I have, I hereby bestow on you. All the 4-leaf clovers that I never made a wish on, let me wish in this moment that it goes well for Ari tomorrow in their meeting. Leah, you share that you're scared of being homesick. You will. There's no doubt about that. Always. But it's okay, because you learn to find home in friends, within your own heart too. And it becomes a home away from home. And by the time you go home, you want to come back. And that's normal. In LA, you share that you feel like things really happen at camp, don't they? Things really happen at camp. In Delhi, you are wondering, am I in school studying? I am in the school of life studying from the lives of wonderful beings like you. Thank you, Benjamin, for your heart me. Orion Tatsat. And Annika, you would like a breathing exercise into the mic. I tell you what, let's do that at the end. Let us have a meditation that's just a breathing exercise. Normally I don't do mantra meditations at the end, but we can just do Soham breathing. Actually, I want to check what time my grocery store closes, because I want to buy a yam. It closes in 40 minutes. Okay. I guess I probably don't have time to go to the grocery store. That's okay. Yeah. I'll go tomorrow then. You share that you've made so many memories, and this is your last year to go. Oh, well then you know how wonderful it is. Such a precious opportunity for you. Kelsey, you share that it calmed your anxiety. You will drive her longer next time and be more aware of its branches. Wonderful. Christy, you are wondering, what do I think about Karens, so to speak, in menopause? You sometimes see older women have meltdowns. Meltdowns. I think we all have them in different ways. You know, I think what's surprising is the number of people who are underdiagnosed as having autism, for example. I think I heard a statistic that most women who have autism are never diagnosed because a lot of autistic traits actually fit with what we imagine the feminine are like. So you would never know. And so to speak, meltdowns are really common amongst neurodivergents and those who have meltdowns. There's a lot of people that get overstimulated and don't even realize that they're overstimulated because they've spent a whole lifetime without knowing why they feel like this. And I think sometimes that can explain why some people just randomly have meltdowns, because they're neurodivergent who have tried their whole life to be neurotypical, but it doesn't fit them. They try to have that typical, neurotypical confidence, but it ends up hurting them. I don't know. I really can't say. I don't know what it's like to have menopause myself. But yeah, hormones are real, and they do change throughout the day, throughout the month, throughout the year, throughout our lives. whenever I see someone having a meltdown, big or small, I think they must be experiencing a lot right now. And although the people around them don't deserve to be lashed out at in this way, they don't deserve to be feeling this way either. And I only hope to validate what anyone is going through. Yeah, I like that you find the connection between Soham and the name for Adonai, Vivi Dharma. It's wonderful. You could think about that too when we do it. And for me, it's 8:20 p.m. Hanukkah. And Christy, you share, you think that also. And you think, gosh, menopause could get you soon. Maybe. Yeah. I believe that if we live a very honest life, and by honest, I don't just mean telling truths. I mean, if we live in a way in which we express everything authentically, then our hormonal changes are no big deal. Because hormones are used to regulate the system. But if you are regulating in other ways, then your body doesn't need to force a change in emotions. You become free-flowing. Yes, sure, there's lots of older women that maybe are more bitter than they are sweet. But there's a lot of very sweet old ladies too. And if you are imbibing that sweetness, I don't see how it could ever go away. Thank you, Isabella, for your fire. Hari Om Tat Sat. 8:20 p.m. for me, and it's 5:20 a.m. for you, Hanukkah. Isn't it interesting? Different parts of the world. And Catalina, you are wondering how old I am. You're very curious. I'm 22. LA, you share that you think it's important to eat clean and drink water. I agree. And with that, I'm going to take a sip of aqua from my musical water bottle. Said don't play with your food. I never said don't play with your water. I play with both. Oh yeah, this song is always louder than the rest. I don't know why that is. I'll turn it down. Ari, you are wondering, can you ask how does someone keep being empathetic while scared of someone's emotion? I guess by recognizing that emotions themselves are not something to be afraid of. You know, it's rather easy to attend to any emotion with the right intention. If you believe in yourself and believe that all they really want is to be understood, then if you can understand them, then those emotions, they just go down so much. Someone's angry. Rather than rejecting their anger, invite a kind of curiosity into it. See if you can figure out what might be triggering triggering it, and then just acknowledge that. Acknowledging the cause for people's emotions can sometimes be the purpose of expressing them, because they want people to know how something is making them feel. And so if you just recognize what's making them feel this way, that emotion has served its purpose. Sometimes communication like this isn't always possible. When it is, I think that's your best friend. But when it's not possible, recognize that their emotions is their business. That they can feel whatever they feel, but it doesn't have to affect how you feel. How they let something affect them, that's their doing. But how you let it affect you is your doing also. That it's possible to be happy even surrounded by angry or sad people. Just as it's possible to be sad or angry while surrounded by happy people. Your feelings are independent from their feelings. You could be feeling something different from them, and that doesn't make you or them invalid, even if you experience something very similar. The way you experience life is different, and that's normal. Tatvamasi, you ask, what's the difference between anger that dies as soon as it rises versus one that keeps grudges? What we resist persists. If you want an emotion to stay, the solution's very simple. Try to feel anything different. If you're angry, and you try to be anything except for angry, then that anger is not going anywhere. This can work to your benefit, and it can work to your detriment. That whatever emotion arises, the moment you try to change it is the moment that it increases in its intensity. But the moment you accept it is precisely the moment that it passes too. Like when you're having a super fun, joyful time, and you want that feeling to stay forever. The moment you have that thought, then it goes. Whatever we try to hold on to slips away. And whatever we try to push away gets closer. So those who hold grudges, the funny thing is they're trying the hardest not to be angry. But ironically, that's precisely what propagates the anger. And I like what you said, Christy. You have to go through the emotions. See them from beginning to end. You're welcome, Ari. Thank you for being here with me. Kelsey, you share that even when we argue with people, it's because we are agreeing with them. That's a very wise point. One that probably has taken a lot of arguments in order to come to see the unity for agreeing to allow their energy to affect us. Sounds like something Bashar would say. Yeah, exactly, Ari. Stop thinking about elephants. And what is your profile picture, Ari? From my angle, it looks like Dobby the elf. On closer inspection, it looks like a bird. And YOLO Farquad, you're wondering, have I ever studied the teachings of Oksana Bolonaga? Oksonabolonogo. Oksonabolonoga. I'm starting to notice a pattern in your messages, YOLO Farquad. You ask me of such esoteric names. These are beings that are either so unheard of that they exist in remote places of space and time, or they have yet to come into existence at all. I don't know. Kelsey, you're gonna Google if that's a real name. Someone might be messing with me. No, don't. I like the mystery of not knowing whether someone named Okso Nabolo Noga exists or not. I prefer the mystery. Ari, you share it's a wet owl. It's you when you were born. Oh my goodness. That's simultaneously so cute but terrifying. LA, you ask, am I sure it wasn't a character from The Mummy? It does sound like an African name, doesn't it? And Peter Schaefer, thank you for your rose. Hariom Tatsat. Now I think I'm gonna begin to wrap things up for tonight. We've had a lovely 3 hours and 40 minutes together so far. You will not disclose the results, Kelsey. Well, actually disclose them if it's a real person. Ari, you share it's 100% a real teacher, an ancient scholar, truly divine. Well, I believe you. Thank you. What a name. What a name indeed. Woo woo. Thank you. Thank you. No, don't do that. Thank you for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. You guys are so funny. Yeah. So, I had a question of the day for all of you. Today I'd like to know, how did you sleep? I would like to inquire into your sleep habits. Have you been sleeping well lately? This is my question of the day. It's important. It's important to know. Not just for me, but for you to be aware of your sleep hygiene also. I guess some of us are helplessly aware. Katarina, you don't want me to call you out on your sleep schedule. Well, that's one way of answering the question, isn't it? Isabella, you share lately, yeah? You have been sleeping. Good. Katarina, you don't fall asleep till 3 a.m. Well, that makes 2 of us lately. That's okay. And Vive Dharma, you share that you lay down with your 7 cats. Wow. That either makes for the best night of sleep or the worst. If they're all purring, oh my goodness, that'd be nice. And Woo Woo, you you share that you must admit you do not clean your sheets as often as you should. I don't know if anyone does, truly. You're not alone. I'm sure if we heard the recommended amount of time between washing our sheets, we'd be mortified with ourselves. April, you share that you sleep well, at least 7 hours every night. I'm happy to hear that. LA, you too. You sleep around 3 or 4 a.m. Yeah, a lot of people here are sleeping, or should be sleeping right now. Or you share your sleep schedule just doesn't exist. I know what that's like. And Aconite, you woke up at 5 p.m. I know what that's like also. Katarina, you share it's crazy. You lay down but you're awake. And then you get up and you're asleep. Yeah, it's crazy. You lay down but you're awake. And then you get up. I think I'm back. This is a sign, guys. You all should sleep. Yeah. Probably. I'm back. I think you'll have to let me know. Okay, it is back. Good. So, something in my streaming setup keeps crashing, but I'm able to reconnect to the stream. I believe it's TikTok itself that crashes, unfortunately. I thought it might be Mataji, our AI assistant, so I turned her off completely for this live stream, but clearly it must not be her then. That means it's probably either TikTok itself or something else. Okay, well, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. I am very grateful. I hope most of you get more sleep because you deserve it. Relax yourself, clear your mind before bed. It's very important. And Hanukkah, did I see your message? I don't think I did. I am sorry. But if I scroll up, maybe it's still there for me. No, I don't think so. You'll have to send it again. Alright. Good night, Ari. May you have a wonderful sleep. Irishina, you're wondering what's my zodiac sign? I am a Libra. And hello, Night Jam. So, I'd like to do two things with you all before I end the stream. I'd like to read another passage from In Love at Ease, and then I would like to do a breathing exercise with you all, a breathing meditation. So, let me pull up the cover for people who join. And by the way, although I'm whispering in this live stream, I'm going to speak softly while I read this. For the recording afterwards. Okay, I'm going to raise my voice now a little bit. So, previously, we started the 4th chapter of In Love at Ease, titled Embracing All. We're talking about the spiritual everyday spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. This section of the chapter is called Seeing the Invisible, Giving a Voice to the Silenced. The first step towards equality is to see and hear from those for whom one advocates. And Hanaki, you share you sleep really late. Yes, it is 5:40 for you in the morning. My goodness. That's okay. If you're happy and healthy, that's all that matters. Swami Shri saw the faces of those who were otherwise invisible and heard the voices of those who were otherwise silenced. Swami Shri fought oppression and marginalization from his heart. No one was too small or insignificant in his eyes. He was indifferent to hierarchies identified by society. During the Murti Pratishta festival in Bhadra in 2010, Swami Shri anxiously prepared for the arrival of a guest who would have otherwise been considered another ordinary attendee for the majority of the sadhus and organizers. Chunilal Chaturvedi stood at about 4 feet and 10 inches and was extremely slim. He was well into his 80s with several health issues, but had a spring in his step that we all envied. The elderly gentleman had served as a pujari at BAPS Shri Swaminarayan Mandir in Whittier, California. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. How is it that I get my Indian place names pronounced much easier than American ones? I guess we use the English language here in a way that often does not reflect the pronunciation. Whereas in other places of the world, it's different. So yes, this elderly gentleman had served as a pujari for close to 2 decades. He retired in Rajkot, Gujarat, after his physical ailments and age made it difficult for him to serve. The simple, elderly gentleman, for the most part, faded into memory, except during a recounting of the history of the satsang community in Los Angeles. Chunilal Chaturvedi had reached out to several sadhus and devotees about arrangements to visit Bhadra on the eve of the mandir inauguration. His requests had gone unheard until Swami Shri found out about his wish to attend. He was in a meeting with the organization's trustees discussing an important development at the mandir when he asked Dharma Charandas Swami to find the Bhadra Mandir's lead administrator, Dharma Gunvardas Swami. Both sadhus quickly returned to the room. Swami Shri turned away from the trustees and went aside to discuss arrangements for a special guest. I have a special guest coming to the mandir inauguration from Rajkot. I want him to have his own room in a house in the village. Do not send him to another village. He is old, and the constant back and forth will exhaust him. I know we are in Bhadra and air conditioning is rare in village homes, so make sure there is a fan in the room. The bathroom must be inside the house. If there is not a hot water boiler in the house, make sure attendants prepare hot water for him every morning. Make sure there is a table and chair for him to sit and do his morning puja and have his evening meals. Make sure there is an attendant who will wash his clothes and hold his hand as he gets into and out of the car to come to the mandir. Also, you may have to send food from the mandir to him in the evenings. He may be too tired to attend the evening assembly. I want you to care for him personally. Is that clear, Dhaku? Which is, I guess, a shortened version, a nickname for Dharmakun Vardas. Dhaku. The sadhu responded, Of course, Swami Shri. Can you tell me who the special guest is? What is his name? Swami Shri was not sure that his guest's name would help in making the arrangements. I will tell you who it is later. First, find out where you are going to accommodate him. I want details, please. Swami Shri was concerned that once he mentioned the elderly gentleman's name, the sadhus may not sincerely consider the preparations. And hello, Anazek. Thank you, Techians, for your 30 roses. Jai Swami Narayan. Swami Shri then turned to the trustees and resumed his participation in that meeting. Kanubhai Patel was in the room and recalls how startled he was by the comprehensive arrangements Swami Shri made for this unnamed bhakta. He could not stop thinking about the interaction. Who was this mystery guest? Amid preparations for a grand festival in a small rural village, where the community was expecting local government leaders and dozens of wealthy entrepreneurs from around the world, how could Swami Shri spend almost 20 minutes dictating the arrangements for a single bhakta? His first guess was that this must be a very wealthy or well-connected individual. Kanubhai could not control his curiosity. He approached Dharma Gunvardas Swami after the festivities ended to find out who this mystery guest was. When Dharma Gunvardas Swami shared Junilal Chaturvedi's name, Kanubhai was in disbelief. He would never have guessed it was him, despite having served alongside the elderly gentleman in North America. Kanubhai reflected on how such comfort and convenience for the gentleman was a rare experience, typically reserved for major patrons or esteemed guests. Swami Shri did not care for what his bhakta had, only for what he required. The Guru did not size up people by their height, weight, wealth, utility, and station in society. He served with a samyam that inspired a bond between the rich and the poor. The lines dividing the poor and rich run deeper when there is a disparity of profession and social class. In India, rural farm workers are one of the most neglected groups of employees. Swami Shri made it a point to ask sadhus and volunteers what arrangements had been made for the farmers and their staff visiting the mandir or attending a festival. When touring a mandir complex, Swami Shri always asked about the staff quarters. In Gadhada, he once insisted on touring the staff quarters when construction finished. When and if he found the quarters to be uncomfortable or lacking in space or suitability, he would immediately ask the lead sadhu, "Would you or I be comfortable here tonight?" Swami Shri saw himself in them, and his approach was a reflection of that. Thank you for sharing your blessings, Angelina. Swami Shri also took great interest in the farms themselves, their workers, and farm animals. He frequently visited the farms and cowsheds attached to the mandirs in Sarangpur, Bochasan, and Gondal. He not only looked after the crops and animals, but the staff as well. He would ask them how their health was, how their kids were studying, and if they needed anything. Once, while visiting the farm and cowshed in Vidyanagar, Swami Shri was examining the plot to select a location for a new biogas plant. Biogas plants produce methane from cow manure. After selecting a location for the plant, Swami Shri noticed a building not too far away from where he was standing and asked, "What is this building?" Sanjay Parikh, one of the organization's chief architects and full-time volunteers, reminded Swami Shri that this was the staff quarters for the farm and barn workers. Swami Shri walked towards the building, deep in thought. He looked at Sanjay Bhai and concluded, This is too close to the biogas plant. The fumes and the stench from the plant will make it impossible for them to live here comfortably. One of the lead sadhus tried to suggest that the workers would make do. Swami Shri was not convinced. How does one get used to this smell? Have you ever experienced the odor from a biogas plant? It is unbearable. Let's think of a plan to either relocate them or relocate the plant. The administrators attempted to convince Swami Shri to keep the plans as they were, but Swami Shri was not swayed. Please suggest alternate plans before I leave Vidyanagar. Swami Shri followed up on the biogas plant relocation decision with Sanjay Bhai when he met him a few months later in Ahmedabad. Swami Shri's connection with rural farmers and employees went beyond caring for their working environment and extended to their personal needs. He supported them. He appreciated and respected that these farmers and workers were responsible for feeding the nation and the world. And let's pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening. And I will return to whispering for the final few moments of this live stream. As I mentioned before, I'd like to end this live stream with a breathing meditation inspired by Hanneke. And you mentioned that, no, you're not happy and healthy, but you enjoy my life a lot, and it makes you a bit more happy. Oh, that's the least I could ask for. And I'm so happy to hear that you find a little bit of happiness here. And Vive Dharma, you share that we can mix it. One round, so in and hum out, and another round we can use the word for Adonai. If you would like to do that, please be my guest, but in respect to my Jewish brothers, the word of Adonai is so sacred that it's chanted in private. So if you want to chant that, be my guest, but because you all can hear me, I would like to reserve the holy name for such sacred spaces. So I will be doing so hum. But I very much love that you're wanting to bring together two cultures, bring Adonai and Shiva together in one practice. That's wonderful. It is the same God, definitely. I hope that is an acceptable compromise. So, of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is a text about the nature of Bhairava. Bhairava is the one speaking in this text, which is a name for Shiva. Bhairava enumerates 112 different pathways to the divine. And one of those techniques is called Soham, or Hamsa breathing. Literally, you could say that means I am that. And it's a most amazing mantra because it's one that naturally happens every time you breathe. On the inhale, on the exhale. If you listen closely, you can hear so It means in Sanskrit that I am. And that's right, Hanneke. This is it's a tapestry. So let me start recording, and I'll just reiterate that because I should have started recording. going to do the soul hum breathing for the next few minutes. Where on the inhale we listen to the sound so, and on the exhale we listen to the sound hum. This is a very ancient practice, said to even bestow enlightenment through Tantra. Also, there's another part of this meditation. Imagine 12 fingers over the crown of your head. There is a secret chakra there, I believe called the Surya chakra. Also, if you stretch your thumb and index finger, it's about that high. That's the Surya chakra, the chakra of the sun, Surya. The other chakra is the heart that we're concerned about. And on the soul, since we are inhaling, then we are bringing the energy into the heart. And on the exhale, hum, we are breathing it out into the Surya chakra. So, hum, hum. You might hear some people swap the order of the inhale and the exhale. So instead of saying so, hum, they go hum, sa. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna do so hum today. Without further ado, this will be our meditation. So hum, so hum, so hum, So, I'm sure that was pretty strange for anyone who was coming in. But if you know the context, that was one of the 112 pathways to enlightenment from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the tantric practice. A wonderful meditation. Today we did the Soul Hum meditation. The Hamsa version. It has an added benefit, and that's Hamsa is the name for a swan. Hamsa has been used as a great title for liberated beings. You might have heard of the variation Paramahansa, which means a great swan, like Paramahansa Yogananda or Paramahansa Vishwananda, who's alive today, and there's also Ramakrishna Paramahansa. That Hansa means swan, but it also means I am that I am. It's a mantra generated by the breath. Hari Om Tat Tat. I'm happy that you could participate, Vivi Dharma, and thank you for inspiring it, Hanukkah. It's a wonderful suggestion that we do a breathing exercise on this day. It's a great compromise, since normally I don't do meditations at the end of ASMR Sunday because often we do chanting, but this is a kind of quiet chant, so it makes sense. Am I friends with Guru Tanet? I'm unfamiliar with Guru Tanet, but didn't we have someone in chat named Guru Tanet come? I don't know if that was a name that they've chosen out of appreciation for someone else called Guru Tanet, or if they themselves were Guru Tanet, but yeah, I would love to learn. And Landon, you sent a message on Instagram. Thank you, I will get to it. And hello Macy, you share that this feels like the wrong time to ask, but can we go to the movies? Yes, Macy is someone that lives with me, and I promised her that we'd go see Inside Out too. So if it's still playing, absolutely. But it's pretty late, I don't know if it's still playing. If it is, yes. I'm 22. I like Christian. I'm no Moses who lived to be, how many 100 years, or Abraham. I'm very young. Guru Tanet goes live on TikTok. He name dropped me and respects me. Oh, that's so sweet. Then it must have been the very same Guru Tanet who was here. I must check them out. I will have to go and see them. But I have to go in general. But thank you for those who sent a gift whilst we were meditating. Angelo, thank you for your heart me. Thank you, Anna Pauls, for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Apog, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Annika's World, thank you for your 15 roses. Hare Krishna. And it is true, I do live with my mother, but one of my friends is being allowed to stay here with my mother and sister for the time being also. Yes, thank you Isabella for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And hello Strawberry Star Bunny. My mind just replayed a comment that you sent an hour ago or so. Yes, I do have merch. I have a Yamsox, and I have a tiny beanie. That's on the store section of the link tree in my bio, but I haven't been mentioning it because I've been saving up for a trip to India, and I feel like I have enough money for that now, so there's no need. But if you like this beanie or this yam sock, you can have those. It's a way of supporting me and getting something nice and comfy that you can have for yourself. Thank you, Kelsey, for your 6-finger hearts. Thank you, Marcy, for your community fest too. Hariom Tatsat. Thank you, Anna, for your finger heart too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Paramagurudev. Thank you, Isabella, for your rose too. And the link below for your beautiful hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. Yes, Macy, we can go to the movies. And Ella Christian, thank you for your sunglasses. Sometimes I feel like I have to wear them because all of you are so bright. Alright, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. This live stream is going to be offered on my YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR, and the various clips of the readings and meditation is going to go on my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. It's all in the link tree in my bio, but maybe this also be offered at the feet of my Ishta Devata, Radha Krishna, whom I revere within all of you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Sham, Radhe Sham, Sham Sham, Radhe Radhe. And by the way, while Macy Gypsy, my friend, is here, you all should go follow her because she's trying to go live on TikTok too. She does Reiki, a kind of Reiki. She calls it magic. She calls herself Magic Macy. And she wants to do Reiki. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum.